radio generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Ministry of Education has uncovered significant enrollment discrepancies and weaknesses in public schools following a nationwide school data verification exercise. The move prompted administrative and criminal investigations against dozens of education officials after over 885,000 ghost learners were flagged in national school data audit. Education CS Julius Ogamba said the exercise, which began on September 1st, 2025, was aimed at safeguarding public funds and restoring integrity in education sector.
The verification was conducted to safeguard public resources, strengthen accountability, and ensure that government capitation is based on accurate, verifiable, and credible enrollment data across all public basic education institutions. 14 heads of institutions for failure or refusal to submit data for verification. Administrative action is being taken against 28 sub-county directors of education and quality assurance and standards officers.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has dismissed claims that security agencies were involved in the attack that occurred at a church in Witima in Nyeri County on January 25th this year. Murkomen said it is neither the practice nor the policy of the government to disrupt places of worship, adding that investigations are ongoing to identify those behind the disturbing incident. Speaking on the floor of the National Assembly, Murkomen criticized politicians who attend church gatherings accompanied by armed goons.
Mr. Speaker, there is a confusion whether it was a police lobby tear gas or it was a tear gas that was carried by gangs themselves and goons of either of the politicians who are having political competition. I want to explain this very clearly. So the investigations are ongoing to establish whether there was a civilian who was carrying a gun in a canister or something and lobbied inside the church. I do not believe that any police officer should throw a tear gas inside a church.
Busia County Referral Hospital is facing serious problems with its buildings and patient services, raising calls for urgent action from both county and national leaders. The hospital's medical superintendent, Dr. Emma Namulala, admitted that the facility is struggling with major gaps in infrastructure and service delivery. During a visit to assess the hospital's performance, Busia Senator Okiya Omtata raised concern over what he described as poor services to patients.
Mweze kuzunguka kama kutafuta mfadhili ama wafadhili ama kutafuta serikali kuu, kuweza kuona kwamba hii hospitali ina kuwa na uwezo wa kuhudumia wananchi. Na hiyo ndio pale watu wanafikiri akiwa mgonjwa anafikiria hapa kwanza.
Tunatumaini kwamba kwa sababu amekuja na yeye ni senator wetu, tunajua kwamba hali yetu kama hospitali ya Busia County Referral Hospital inaenda improve.
The teenage suspect in a mass shooting in rural British Columbia in Canada had been the subject of a number of police visits in recent years because of mental health issues, authorities say. Police say the 18-year-old who was found dead on the scene from a self-inflicted gunshot wound killed 8 people, including 6 children, in Tuesday's attack in Tumbler Ridge. Jess Van Rutzela had previously been apprehended and assessed under the Mental Health Act and used to have a firearms license. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my name.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? My name is Mungana Mbuvi, and the time right now is exactly 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and our beautiful county of Garissa. We are on 89.5 FM. How are you doing? Siti Muga Abare Subuhi, umekuwa vipi kakablaza?
Salama kabisa baba.
Uko fiti?
Nashukuru.
Naona uko fiti sana.
Yes.
Naona pia umeamua leo utatu brighten up. Yellow shirt nini lazima ushine kabisa. Wacha nikwambie bro. Wewe na Wakamba same uzapa. Unajua pia hizi tunapendanga yellow.
Tunapendanga yellow.
Tunapendanga rangi ya yellow sana tena sana.
It is very good.
Yes, it is actually. Yes. You know, yellow, people don't know, but there are some colors when you wear like bright orange, yellow, of course, colors such as pink. You just find that the day brightens for absolutely no reason. Unapata tu una smile, watu wanakuangalia hivi, they just notice something about it. They can't pinpoint what it is, but there's something about this gentleman or this lady, and that's how yellow became a Kamba national color. Tunapendanga yellow sana.
Kwa hivyo the combination,
yes,
ndio watu ambao ni wa UDA damu.
Hapana, it does not. UDA ilikuja tu juzi during the elections of 2022.
So UDA imechukua rangi yenu.
But yellow hasn't been there for a very long time. Yeah, it is the 13th day of February 2024. 6, sorry. Tomorrow.
Hey!
Tomorrow is 14th February.
Right.
And it is something we call Valentine's Day.
Right.
I hope you guys have pangered yourself. Kama hujajipanga kakablaza iko shida.
Kubwa.
I was just checking the interwebs this morning.
Yes.
And there's some of the comments were saying that kesho kuna mtu anawachwa na hajui. Leo mumeamka vizuri, mumecheka na mpenzi wako, mnaambiana vitu tamtam, lakini kesho unawachwa, ama leo jioni unawachwa. That person has already made up their mind. Their legitimate Valentine has already ashapangwa, ametumua chocolates in advance, ameshatumua dress in advance, pesa ya taxi ashatumiwa, ama kama ni airfare ameshatumua pesa ya kwenda airport. Wewe uko hapo unadhani kesho ni siku yako, my friend. There's another person who's decided they're going to disappear today. We're going to see them on Monday morning. Or rather, they will be seen on Monday morning by their significant. So there's a lot of things that will be happening this particular weekend. And it's crazy, man. Crazy times we live in. Something else about today, 13th February. It is World Radio Day. We've been talking about this day for the last couple of days, and it has finally arrived. The theme for this year is AI is not a tool. It is not a voice, rather. It is a tool. And their slogan is basically, wait, I'll actually get it in a short while, but yes, wanasema ya kwamba it is actually radio and AI. That is artificial intelligence. That is their theme, and the slogan is AI is not a voice. It is a tool. So there we have it. You guys enjoy yourselves. If you're a radio presenter, if you aspire to be on radio, this is definitely your day. What is significant about it is that in 1668, there's a Treaty of Lisbon where Spain formally recognizes the independence of Portugal, ending the 26-year Restoration War. Again, 1668, Treaty of Lisbon. Spain formally recognizes the independence of Portugal, ending the 26-year Restoration War. These guys fought for 26 years.
When I tell you that Europe was a war zone, not for decades,
yes,
for centuries, it was. Did you know, for instance, that Norway was a colony of Sweden?
I didn't know.
Yeah. Did you know that Estonia,
yes,
was once a colony of Sweden?
No, I didn't.
Yes. Sweden isn't known to be a colonial master.
Yes.
Walikuwa na focus tu na watu ambao kwa majirani pale hako mbali sana. Yes. This foray into the dark continent and the Asian subcontinent na vitu kama hizo. Wow.
Actually, when we think of colonizers, we think of the European countries that colonized African countries.
Continental Europe, as we call it.
Exactly. So we never think that other countries outside Africa were actually colonized.
Yes, they did colonize. And wars were fought for a very, very long time. In fact, It's interesting about the history of Europe and the colonization. All these processes that we seem to be going through.
Yes.
See, they went through, but on their own. We are going through these processes because they interfered with us.
Yes.
We had our own problems, and by the way, we also had kingdoms, and kingdoms also meant that some people also took over other countries.
Yeah.
Okay? But the truth is, what we see as the formation of Europe right now, if you bother to just look at what they went through to get here,
Yes.
my friend, they had many issues that needed sorting out before they got to where they are now. And it took centuries, not decades.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, that is a significant. That's a significant rather piece of history right there. Alafu pia kuna in 1945 World War II bombing of Dresden. So Allied forces began bombing Dresden, that is in Germany, resulting in a firestorm that killed tens of thousands of civilians. Allied forces, of course, they did this in retaliation because kuna wakati Germany manzejo had bombarded Britain. They actually called it the Blitz because they bombed parts of Britain, and they also killed tens of thousands of civilians in that particular country. So Allied forces retaliated by bombing Dresden, and they killed tens of thousands of civilians.
They did.
Sasa hii vita yote, and I'm looking at us in 2026, we are now friends. We are, collaborating economically on a culture level and many other levels. Tunaenda tunasomea kwa mashule zao, wanasomea kwa mashule zetu, na pia huko Germany wanasomea kwa mashule za Britain, na Britons wanasomea kwa shule zao. And you ask yourself, some 70 something years ago watu walikuwa wamechukiana mbaya.
Well, yes, the evolutionary process, the cultural, social, political process of evolution,
yes,
taught them that there are other ways of controlling people. You didn't need to keep chopping up everybody's head. And that is where now economic colonization came in.
Yeah.
They understood.
Yes.
That if we have more wealth than they do, and they rely on us to some degree, then we can have the same sort of influence we had, if not better, without any armed forces moving from one place to the other.
Yes.
Then they also introduced something called a threat. That's where the wonderful bombs came in, whether it is hydrogen, whether it's nuclear, whether it's atomic.
Yeah.
The mere threat that they exist and that some people have them is enough to keep you behaving.
Yeah.
Because in the likely event or the unlikely event that you think otherwise,
you're reminded.
Yeah, you're reminded that you can actually be extinguished in a flash.
Yeah, we can annihilate you.
Yes, but the formation of the UN then also introduced something quite different.
Which is?
Well, in this sense, all the fellows who actually felt they were powerful ganged up. Okay? So, with that ganging up, they are the countries of the planet that have veto powers within the Security Council. Okay? But by the same token, they're the countries who probably contribute, bless you, the most to the UN.
Yeah.
So the power imbalance has always been there. It's just that it wears a different coat. But it's still there.
Yes.
And then if you look at the meetings of, I don't know whether they start with G2, 3, 4, 5, and 7.
They decide which G will meet.
Yes. So then there are G's where they invite the rest of us.
Exactly.
Okay. Now
yeah. G20 was supposed to happen in South Africa. G20 was supposed to happen in South Africa. Was it the end of last year or beginning of this year, sometime in January?
Yes.
Then America ikasema iendi.
Trump akalisema America iendi.
So no American official was supposed to be at the G20 summit in South Africa.
But uzuri wa hiyo you kwamba I got to know there's a place called Davos. Davos is in Switzerland.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So ndio sasa hawa vigogo wanakutanaga. Hawa maji 7 hour. See, they're the ones who know what they discuss.
Yes.
But punde.
Si punde.
We often have an idea of what they discuss because we hear decisions being made. Unasikia words like unilateral imerushwa hapo, bilateral imerushwa hapo.
Bas.
Transcontinental imerushwa hapo.
Sisi tuko tu hapa Afrika tunasema okay, so ni hivyo mmeamua so that's what we're doing
Yes.
Good stuff. So we roll it out.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Sawa. Then tunaambia watu wetu kile mazee, hebu pigeni kilele kidogo. We just can't accept this thing namna hii. Lazima zusheni kidogo jamaa. Pole.
Yes, asante sana.
Yes.
It is what it is, City. It is what it is. Haya, tupatie medali yetu ya leo.
Siku ya mwisho in the Republic of Liberia. Hey.
Wanasema vipi Liberia?
No, there's a long proverb here.
Okay.
And let me just read it.
Please do.
Okay. If a monkey throws down its own baby from the top of a tree, this one ni kama hadithi, sentence karibu 3. Okay.
Twende kazi.
If a monkey throws down its own baby from the top of a tree, the rock below has no alternative but to burst its head.
So the rock has no alternative.
Makosa si ya rock.
Inasema sasa tikini kinyemenipatia. Sasa itabidi tu nimeivunja tu kichwa. Sasa si ni hivi. Hata nyinyi mnaona.
Mimi nilikuwa nimeketi hapa, nilikuwa sisongi. Nyinyi ndio mmekuja. Na mimi kutosonga kwangu ni madhara kwako.
Naam.
Yes.
So if a monkey decides to throw down its kid or child, the rock has got no alternative but to burst its head.
Yep.
Hi. Choices have consequences, basically.
Bro, you hit the nail on the head. Perfectly.
Kabisa.
Choices
have consequences.
Yes.
You decide to throw, I crack.
Yes. Actually, it's you who cracks because I si mimi nilifanya chochote. Mimi nilikuwa pale ulinipata pale.
Sawa.
And now relationships na mimi, especially if you approach me at a high velocity, the damage ni kwako.
Haya.
Sawa.
Tumeipata sasa hivi.
Wewe kushapata?
Nitaka nisalimie Don Sabwa pale, amesema Paul, good morning City. How are you? Is democracy bad manners? When one asks questions, is bad manners or democracy? Well, it depends on the question you're asking. There are some questions that can be bad manners. Michael Olande, good morning team RG. Lydia Cherono, good morning my people. Dr. Hosea Koech, good morning from this other side. Well, good morning to you too. My take 2.2 amesema,
yes,
I thought Sifuna said he's bigger than ODM. It turns out he needs ODM so bad he'd do anything to remain there. Actually, him waiting to be kicked out had messed him politically. He should have resigned.
No, that is a mistake politically. When you are removed, it gives you more mileage.
True.
It's not really complicated. Had Rigiji resigned, all the sympathy votes and all the airtime he has received over time wouldn't have had the same impact.
True.
That he was removed and we witnessed it is what gave him that springboard that he has now used to continue launching whatever it is he launches.
Morris and that he says, CT, as you astutely observed, the process-related challenges are likely to significantly impact Oburu and his team, particularly concerning the approach to circumventing established procedures.
You know, the discussion about ODM is a discussion about our politics and how we manage our politics.
Yeah.
Handshakes have been there. We mention them and we acknowledge them, but we never give them emphasis.
Yeah.
The emphasis seems to focus on the handshakes that late Raila Odinga had. You, KP, not KPU.
Yes.
Kanu handshake. SDP Kanu handshake.
Yes.
Coalitions that then became the norm, whether it was the Rainbow, whether it was NARC, whether it was Azimio, those are handshakes.
Yeah.
When Raila had a handshake with Uhuru, we call it a handshake rightfully. Before that, he had one with Kibaki. He had one with Ruto. But all these handshakes always come with certain activities that hitherto had not existed, and they signify that indeed there was an understanding that we refer to as a handshake.
Yes.
When the president went to Ishaweri, met with the immediate former president, pictures were taken. Not long after that, Diki Nyanjui was appointed, Mutahi Kagwe was appointed, William Kabogo was appointed. These are known Uhuru men. It was discussed briefly, but it didn't the discussion didn't go much further.
Yes.
When ODM had this broad-based, the people who were then taken into government and became ministers.
Yes.
Is Mbadi,
Opio
and I,
Joho Hassan.
Oparanya.
4.
Or is there another one?
No, they're just 4.
4.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a handshake. This one has had more discussions than the one Uhuru had.
Yes.
It's like these 3 people just went into government. It was discussed for a day or 2 and then it. Why?
It is because with Uhuru, I don't think there was a 10-point agenda that was discussed.
How do we know?
There was no NADCO that was discussed.
How do we know?
Because it wasn't publicized. If it had been made public, could probably be like, okay, yeah, so there's something Uhuru is waiting and following up. Maybe he has some people, like the way on the ODM side they had the likes of Akina Gabriel Oguda, just ensuring that this 10-point agenda is being, worked on. With President Uhuru, maybe President Ruto went and asked, hey bro, hapa hivi kuna vile things are not looking good. Can you advise? Then he was like, you know what? Can you just take Nani and Nani? They'll sort out your problems. And that was the end of it. Had there been a long-term kind of relationship, I think we would be seeing it by now.
There was something else. Uhuru was not in the opposition. He was a former president.
Yes.
Raila markedly had already patented himself as the perennial opposition leader.
Exactly.
So any move that he made got more mileage, more airtime, more attention. But sometimes I wonder whether it was something organic or whether it was something that was given a little wind assistance. But be that as it may, here we find ourselves. And the discussion that I see and which is in my head is with the demise of Raila, as a gap was created, a space was created.
Yes, indeed.
Within ODM, and nature abhorring a vacuum, we see the goings on in ODM for this space to be given new meaning.
Yes.
Politically, at a national level, Raila's demise seemed to have resurrected Uhuru. Uhuru is back. Why? And what do we see?
Okay.
What I see, let me tell you what I see. What I see,
yes,
it's Ruto's name I hear coming up with regards to ODM. If you look at the headlines today in the papers, you'll find that the Standard, as usual, are at it again.
Okay.
Yes, and they're mentioning this and the other and this and the other. But, and I say but, I wouldn't remove my sight from Uhuru. The game that seems to be afoot now is how do we plunder ODM? How do we plunder ODM?
Yes. Because there are experts who are saying, or rather analysts who are saying that President Uhuru is funding the part of ODM that is fighting Oburu, and then someone else is saying that President Ruto is funding rather the Oburu side that is fighting Edwin Sifuna. So here there are 2 presidents funding this problem.
The problem with the 2 presidents funding this and
yes.
Kalonzo being brought into the fray, the prophecy that was stated as a prophecy about KANU ruling
for 100 years.
1,000.
It was 1,000 years.
Well, I'm giving it 1,000.
Okay.
It looks like it's coming true. Kalonzo is KANU, Uhuru is KANU, Ruto is KANU. So KANU is back.
Clearly. But KANU, the party, is nowhere to be seen.
Well, the party is the person in this country.
There's KANU the spirit, and then there's KANU the party. KANU the party, kidogo yiko out.
Yes.
But the spirit of KANU is still with us.
And these 3 individuals are individuals who work together for a long time. And they know each other well.
I'm a conspiracy theorist.
It's good.
And let me put this conspiracy out here. What if what former President Uhuru is doing and current President Ruto are doing, this is a script that was written kitambo sana?
I would not dismiss that theory.
Hii ni script iliandikwa kitambo sana because we had that consultation that brought the likes of Akina Mutahi to Kagwe to back to office, back to the cabinet, and after that we're just seeing all this drama with Jubilee. I'm thinking that perhaps there was some long con game that was written kitambo sana that is currently being played out.
What is clear to me is that if what you're saying is true,
Yes.
then the status quo is being retained. We're not going to see any meaningful change, not really. There'll be meaningful talk.
Yes.
There'll be inspiring conversations.
Yes.
There will be a future that we would truly love. It will begin and end with the spoken word.
Yes.
As for real change, these are people who will entrench the status quo.
Yeah.
Whether it is Kalonzo, whether it is President William Ruto, whether it's former President Uhuru. These are people whom the status quo favors.
Aye. Big shout out to Angela. Good morning, City and Paul, tuning in from Tudor in Mombasa. Thank you so much. David Wanganga amesema greetings, great team from David and Helen. Well, David and Helen, good morning to you too. Alafu kuna Ndungu 247 amesema good morning, gentlemen. My greetings from Tigoni. Arthur Wanjama, ask City if he's attending the KBC Sundowner Sunset show this evening. Are you?
I didn't even know it existed.
Aye.
What is being celebrated?
Kenya Broadcasting Corporation is celebrating something clearly from what Arthur Wanjama is saying. Something that you will probably check out later on. Morris and that inasema, I have not heard Sifuna complaining about ODM. He has just stood on the principle that he doesn't see why they are supporting Ruto, which doesn't seem to be different from what most ODM members want. Aha. Stephen Odhiambo amesema, hi everyone. Stephen Odhiambo, hello. That's where we're going to stop as far as salams are concerned. Let me give you one story from radiogeneration.co.ke before we get into the traffic updates. But if you want to get in touch with what has been trending in the last couple of hours, you can definitely check out that website. Murkomen wants drunk police officers will be rehabilitated and discharged. Drunk police officers will be rehabilitated and discharged. I mean, we've seen that before. But yeah, thank you for that update. IG Kanja orders probe after man storms stage during Ruto event in Wajir. Did you see that clip, City Muga?
Which one?
So President Ruto was in Wajir addressing the public on a podium. And as he was, talking...
There's a guy who rushed in his direction and was given a phenomenal rugby tackle.
That guy was tackled like... And then the president akasema ngoja kidogo achana wacha atulie tu hapo kidogo
Yes.
My friend tutaonana baadaye.
Yes.
Yeah. He was very calm and composed.
Yes.
I wouldn't. After everything I hear Kenyans saying about me, si kasongo, si kaongo, si one time, si all those things that people say about the president. Then I see someone being tackled like that, or rather rushing towards me.
But there's nothing in that clip that indicates that he sought to harm the president.
Bro, what were you expecting him to? Okay, someone who wants to harm you doesn't necessarily have to come with a gun or a knife, a sword, a
and
panga.
Somebody who's running towards you doesn't mean they also want to harm you.
It's very true. It's very true. I'm just saying, if it were me in the shoes of His Excellency William Ruto, mimi ni sikudanganyi. That thing would have, my heart would have been pounding literally outside my chest. Mungekuwa mnaona roho yangu hapa hivi.
That fellow was tackled.
Yes, he was tackled. Na hiyo kwanza ningetulia, niitishe maji, niambie kwaya imbe kidogo as I gather myself, because after what I know about Kenyans,
as I said,
vitu wamekuwa wakiniita mimi, alafu nione mtu amekimbia hivyo.
No, but the moment, if people were saying nothing,
yes,
then you have cause for concern. The moment they vent, that's the whole point. They vented.
But you see, even President, what's his name?
Which one?
President, the
one who came before Ruto was called Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Yes.
People called him names. It's not like that he wasn't. He was called Jaden. And the one before him was Kibaki. Walikuwa wanamuita Obako, Bax. But those were words of endearment in a way. Jaden just means the son of a rich person, because that's what they're called nowadays. A lot of Jadens out here. And then Obako, or rather Bax, was it was what millennials used to call the president. It was a short form because everyone had like Brayo is Yobra, or Brian is Brayo, and then there's Yobra. So it was a moniker that was given to him as a term of endearment. So Kibaki was Bax or Obako. Moi was MO1. So hizo zilikuanga majina za mtu anayependwa. Hizi zingine bro si za mapenzi.
Kama gani?
Hizi zingine zote si za mapenzi.
Kama gani?
Kasongo imaanisha walikuwa wanampenda, si jina walikuwa walimpatia juu wanampenda. Kaongo si jina walimpatia sababu wanampenda, na zile zingine nyingi ambazo nazisahau kwa sasa.
But let me go back to what I said. They have vented.
They have vented.
They have vented.
Mimi nakwambia sitting ilikuwa ni mimi kwa hiyo podium. Kwaya ingeimba for an hour at least as I calm myself down. Then I come back and I continue addressing, of which I don't know if I'll finish that speech. I'll just be like, guys, just check out www.kenyagovernment.go.ke for the rest of my speech. As for now, see you tomorrow. And I fly back to State House and I call it a day. But that's just me. Wacha tufanye kitu inaitwa traffic updates, tuangalie barabara zinakaa namna gani.
Traffic.
I'm taking a look right now at this map of Nairobi, and I can tell you for sure it's like, guys today have decided they're not going to come to work. The usual spots of traffic today are looking clean. Ring Road Kilimani mko sawa. Ngong Road, that roundabout that is heading towards Raila Odinga Way and Daystar University onto Valley Road looking clean. Haile Selassie as well, not looking bad. CBD today you are clean. What's not happening? Kwani watu wamesahau that today is a working day, ama you are taking an early Valentine's break? Yeah, Kariobangi roundabout is looking good. Manyanja Road, Donholm, Southern Bypass, Airport North Road, Mombasa Road, kwote kuko sawa. Let's see if we can say the same about Mombasa County. If I just check out this great county of Mwabava, as our brothers from Central like to call it, is looking good. New Yali Bridge, your barabara yote, that stretch today is looking clean. Yesterday it was a bit bumper to bumper ish, but today it's good. Links Road pia inakaa iko sawa. Side za Mamba Village uko Quarter Wild Waters, you guys are looking clean this morning. This is where sehemu hizo za pembe za ndovu, those two elephant tusks, that is Moi Avenue, looking absolutely clean rather at this particular hour. So in case of anything, we'll give you the updates. Right now though, let's get into that thing we like calling magazeti.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Si tutanidonetia gazeti gani hapo?
Wataka gani?
Nipatie hiyo Nairobi.
Najua hii unapenda.
Alafu nipatie hiyo Standard.
Hiyo Standard.
Zote ni za familia moja hizi. Wacha tuanze na hii ya captured. They are saying captured. This is on the front. Yes, on the front page of the Standard. But let me tell you something. Why did they choose this picture?
Najua we were talking about people who don't mean you well. Sasa ndio hao. Picha ni nyingi.
Lakini wakachagua
hii.
In case you're wondering which picture we're talking about, I hope you can see this picture. But anyway, let me read it out, yeah? The thing captured. ODM is in a bitter power struggle after the dramatic ouster of Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, with senior figures openly accusing President William Ruto of pulling strings from State House. Claims of shadowy funding, backroom meetings, and a coordinated push to align the opposition party with the ruling UDA have deepened internal fractures. The result of the ouster is reported mass exodus from the party by disgruntled members. Supporters are scratching their heads on how soon the squabbles came and what is in it for the president. I feel like if they were going to talk about capture, they should have also spoken about President Uhuru, the fourth president, if at all he has a hand in this, because the rumors have been there. But anyway, the fight in ODM is not about individual leaders. It is about the soul, virtues and values of ODM. I've said this over and over again. ODM is not an SPV. This is Winnie Odinga. What is SPV?
Special Purpose Vehicle. Yes.
Okay, sawa basi. Special Purpose Vehicle. That is what is on the front page of the Standard. The back page, we have no more doubts, Thomas. You're still England's boss. This is Thomas Tuchel. England's German head coach Thomas Tuchel gestures at a past press conference. England coach Tuchel extends contract through to Euro 2028, and he appears to have ruled himself out of the post-World Cup move to Old Trafford. Okay. Tottenham, a big club, pays Postecoglou. Tottenham, not a big club. This is according to Postecoglou.
Paul, this thing that you're pronouncing like an African, read it out. Spell it for me.
It is post like poster, and then ECOGLOU. Post Koglu.
Okay, Kuglu nani?
I have absolutely no idea. But if you read there, you'll see Ange Postecoglou insisted Tottenham Spurs were not a big club following the sacking of head coach Thomas Frank on Wednesday. The Dane succeeded Postecoglou in the Spurs hot seat, but was unable to oversee a revival in the Premier League form. Hiyo utasoma katika gazeti yako ya Standard pale nyuma. This is former Tottenham Hotspurs manager Ange, or is it Ange? Postecoglou. Wenye wanajuanga spelling na pronunciations waniambie. Aya. Front page of the Nairobi, an Airbnb of death. Blood-stained towel nails Wahoo lover. Deadly scuffle is what they're calling it. From a routine booking to a locked room splattered with blood, prosecutors have pieced together what they described as a relentless forensic chain. A kitchen knife used to stab Scarlett Wahoo, a white towel drenched in blood, a used condom yielding DNA that matches the accused, and CCTV footage showing a man fleeing apartment before later turning up at a hospital wrapped in the same blood-soaked cloth. A trail of evidence, and State says leaves little room for doubt about what happened inside room Y32. This story is on page 32, pages 4 and 5, sorry. Big babies, they're saying this on page 22-23. Why more grown-ups are choosing parents' home over renting. Panga gangs. Will Nuno's shoot to kill order tame coastal machete welding thugs? This story is on page 11. Then here there's a story about SportPesa boss who is also MP wa Kasarani,
Yes.
Mr. Karori.
Yes.
Someone alleged that he is not a straight man, and
What do you meaning what?
he's gay, basically. So anyway, he came out sorry, and defended himself in a post on social media, and he said, look, this gentleman called me a gay man. I just want to say that I am the straightest man who has ever existed on this side of the Sahara. And he said, as a matter of fact, so that we can just lay this matter to rest, I have offered this gentleman 10 million to release any evidence that he has of my gay life, gay nature, or whatever that he thinks I am. Akatoa pesa mabunda na mabunda ya pesa akekelea kwa meza hivi, many thousands of shillings, and of course we assume that's 10 million because I've never held 10 million, so I wouldn't know, but akekelea hizo pesa zote kwa meza. They were wrapped in some cling film foil, and he said, this is your money. If you have a shred of evidence, please release it and come for your 10 million. So we are waiting for this gentleman. He's called Ed Gobare. Ed Gobare is the one who released that story, or rather, he's the one who blogged on this story.
He's a blogger, in other words.
Yes.
It is very easy to label people. It is for that reason that I always ask, do you have evidence to support what you're saying? Yes.
He said, my friend, if you have any shred of evidence, anything, 10 million ndio hii, I have said it in public, wewe zitoe alafu kujia pesa yako.
Yes.
So we are waiting to see if Edgar will go for his 10 million.
His father was also a member of parliament.
Who? Donald
Karauri.
Yes. All right. Good for him.
Yes.
Good for him.
In fact, the name Karauri was a fairly well-known name.
So kama Edgar kona evidence atoe ende 10 million, na kama hana akuwe sued.
He will get sued.
For defamation.
He will get sued.
All right, over to you, CT.
That is defamation, that is slander, it's everything and everything in between. Let's look at the Business Daily, shall we?
Yes.
A quote in the intelligence section of the paper attributed to Jaindi Kisero. Mandatory takeover rules exist for one central reason: to protect minority shareholders when control changes hands. Treasury widens borrowing target by 104 billion. The Treasury has increased its borrowing target for the financial year starting July 1st by 104.1 billion to 1.170 trillion, signaling mounting spending pressures amid calls to ease taxation ahead of the 2027 general election. Manufacturing imports hit a record on renewed activity. Kenya's imports of manufacturing supplies crossed the 1 trillion mark in 2025, underscoring rising demands for production inputs, even as the country overall trade deficit widens. Okay. Safaricom stock rallies to hit treasury deal price. Safaricom shares has rallied to hit 34, the level at which Treasury agreed to sell a 15% stake in the telecom operations to South Africa's Vodacom Group. NSSF pushes for early access to contributions. The National Social Security Fund is pushing for a change in the law to allow members early access to part of their pension contribution before hitting 50 years of age. These are stories. Even if you've passed 50, accessing that thing is a headache. China loan deal places hurdle on 390 billion SGR extension. China Exim Bank has rights over rail development levy. Kenya needs levy to back bond for the line to Malaba. What am I saying? Kenya will need the backing of China to issue a 15-year bond of 390 billion for the extension of the standard gauge railway from Naivasha to Malaba. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi said Kenya has opened talks with the China Exim Bank to drop a clause in a loan agreement that demands proceeds from the rail development levy to be used to pay. And the beat goes on. Then there is a story in the life section of a gentleman by the name of Raul Martiriers. Okay, he belongs to a generation that built Kenya's advertising industry from almost nothing. He started writing hockey commentaries for the Standard in the 1950s, moved to insurance and then advertising, learning the craft in an era when media meant newspapers and the occasional radio spot. That is the Business Daily. Now, the Weekend Star. There's a picture of a gentleman called Stephen Kamande, otherwise known as Wagidomo. This 70-year-old man who loves running. Okay, I am ready to forcibly present governors before Senate. Top cop Kanja declares. Governors who defy Senate summons could soon be arrested and forcibly presented before senators to answer to audit queries. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja declared that he is prepared to apprehend and produce county chiefs who ignore parliamentary invitations. The development comes amid escalating tensions between the Senate and the Council of Governors, with Speaker Amason Kingi holding a closed-door meeting on Thursday with 4 senators accused by governors of harassment and intimidation. Man up and do what you're supposed to do, governors. Raila daughter posts on socials, it's not well. Junior reposts. This is bang in the middle of the paper. But before I get the bang in the middle of the paper, news. Why ODM push to exit as Mio spells trouble for Kalonzo? This is in the news. Siasa. UDA revival strategy puts united opposition politicians on edge. How? I don't know. Round 1 win for Sifuna as he gets Winnie, and quote backing. This is the story on page 4 and 5. Time will tell. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna with the ODM members Godfrey Osotsi and James Orengo during a press conference at Sarova Pan-Africa Hotel in Nairobi on Thursday, which was yesterday. That is the headline. Now in the Nation, yes, why Kenyan singles are embracing self-love this Valentine. Did you know there's something called self-love?
Self-love I have heard of, yes.
Okay, and what does it mean? Ujipende?
Ujipende, mapenzi yanaanzanga na wewe mwenyewe, yani raha jipe mwenyewe.
Jipe, wewe patie wewe mwenyewe binafsi.
Ndio sasa.
For many singles in the 20s and 30s, February 14 is no longer a reminder of what they lack. Increasingly, they are celebrating the day on their own, treating themselves to a solo date and indulgences. Okay. Pension. Relief for 7,000 retirees after deal on withheld dues. The National Treasury is processing pension payments for 7,000 retirees, including teachers, that were frozen for months following a tax dispute. The law was changed in December 2024 to exempt pension dues from taxation, but disagreement arose over whether the group could benefit from the relief. You see, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
By the time your money is being deducted by NSSF, you've already paid tax.
Yes.
So you want the money that is due to me as a result of my pension for me to pay tax again.
Imagine that.
This country of ours, we are very strange people. Tribunal blocks Sifuna ouster. Things fall apart. This is bang in the middle of the paper. Tribunal blocks Sifuna ouster.
Okay.
And the headline is Things Fall Apart. The center does not hold. That is Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. For months after Raila's death, the Orange Democratic Movement he founded 2 decades ago, and which fielded him in 4 successive presidential polls, is on the verge of splintering, torn apart by vicious power struggle. Ironically, the behemoth that rallied around his presidential bid is divided over its candidate in next year's elections.
Yes.
With a faction led by party leader Oburu Oginga backing Ruto's re-election, and the rebels, including Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, resisting the plan. The attempt to oust Sifuna has triggered an all-out war. And then there are pictures of those who... There's a picture of an orange sliced into 2. And then there's a picture of Abdul Somad, Oburu Odinga, a picture of Gladys Wanga, Junet, Simbarati. There's a lady here whom I do not know. That is on one side. Then there's Sifuna, Winnie Odinga, Babu, Orengo, Hamisi, Osotsi on one side. A line has been drawn in the sand. You are either on our side or on the other, Babu Wino. Now, surely, Babu, is that not obvious? Is that what Kenyans call an obviosity?
Obviosity?
Yes.
Is that a word?
Of course it isn't. It's Kenyanese.
Sawa.
It falls the category of otherwise.
So, hautuwezi ipata kwa dictionary yote, si ndio?
Bro.
Isipokuwa ile ya Kenyanese.
It's Kenyanese.
Sawa.
Shasema.
So, obviosity, eh?
Obviosity.
All right.
This party is like a club and you must obey the rules. Democracy doesn't mean chaos. Oburu Dinga, well said, Oburu. Well said, Dr. Oburu. Kanja backs senators on arrest of rogue governors defying House committees. Ruto dangles a carrot to key voter groups in his last full-year budget ahead of 2027 polls. That is what is in the nation.
Okay. Umemaliza gazeti zote?
Zile ambazo niko nazo nimemaliza.
Okay.
Yes.
Then before we check out, before we get deep into any of those stories, let me just read something here by Nani. Kuna jamaa hapa hivi anaitwa Steven Odhiambo amesema, hi everyone. Hi. Morris Andati amesema, I have not heard Sifuna complain about ODM. He has just stood on the principle that he doesn't see why they are supporting Ruto, which doesn't seem to be different from what most ODM members want. Yeah, good observation, Morris. Then kuna my take 2.0 saying everyone in Kenya is a con. The politicians, their supporters, the newspapers, stroke media, media people, kila mtu ni dingo. And everyone is always trying to convince the other person. Do you know what dingo is?
I have no idea.
Dingo ni mwizi. Like umse ni dingo.
I have a friend whose name actually is Dingo.
But he's not a dingo, is he?
He's a very nice guy.
Okay. Hesbon Sidon says, good morning movie NCT in Migori. They say, baba anayeharibiwa kura hayuko. Wache kiumane. Sifuna tibim. Si baba haribiwi kura. Sindio? And Winnie Odinga on one of these papers that is on the front page of the Standard, she has said that they are fighting for the soul of ODM. The fight right now in ODM is for the soul of ODM.
Is that really what is happening?
She said it.
Yes, I understand what she said, but I'm asking the question, having heard what is reported as having been said by Winnie Odinga. Is that what is happening?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Yes. What do you think is happening?
I think we are seeing a tussle between President William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. That is what I think. These things of people suggesting that, they are both seeking to influence. Oh, yes, they are. I think it's just the thing about the politics of this country. There are things which are said, and at a time they seem so far-fetched. But over time, you get to realize that when something seems to be rearing its head again and again and again,
yes,
if you give yourself time to breathe in and just do the math, you will realize that the issues in ODM go beyond just ODM members having different views.
Let's entertain this thought of Uhuru and Ruto having a tussle. What would happen if, say, President Ruto manages to gobble up ODM and even whips Akina Sifuna to, you know, to follow in his direction, what would happen?
There's an assumption here that if you have certain people within the ranks of a party, that the followers will follow. I am of a contrary view.
Exactly. I also think so. So let's assume Akina Sifuna waseme, okay, you know what, bad, we have to be vita tumeachana nayo, let's just toe the line and just go with what Oburu is saying and what President Ruto is saying, and then Sifuna starts chanting 2-term. I mean, what is the worst that can happen? Does it mean that his fan base or his followers or his supporters will now suddenly also start chanting 2-term? I don't know.
It doesn't follow. It doesn't necessarily follow.
Aya, tuieke pande huu pande mwingine. If President Uhuru manages to, you know, have a similar effect, and even like in Oburu say they tell the broad-based government, kwaheri, we are no longer in this, and then they rejoin the opposition, what effect will it have? I think that will have a significant effect.
There's something here that I think all these political players and pundits don't seem to understand. Something happened in 2024, and that something moved the cheese. Something changed. Something that had hitherto never happened. And the young people in this country, whose voices were never really loud, were heard loud and clear. And we saw things happening that nobody thought could ever happen.
Yes. Yeah.
Where you cannot move your eye from that change. An awareness and awokeness, if I may use the word, occurred.
Yeah.
And suddenly we find ourselves in a situation where the center, which is the status quo, isn't holding as it used to. That group that spoke exists in this country. They went silent. It does not mean that they are inactive. They're just silent. It does not mean that the 8 million people, because the largest voting bloc, I was reminded yesterday, in this country was the 8 million who didn't vote. If you look at the demographics, the 70% of our population are considered youthful.
Yes.
So by extension, you can assume that of those 8 million, 70% were young people. If you look at what the IEBC has posted as targeting some 6 million new voters for 2027, you talk about 14 million new voters.
Yeah.
Even if half that number got into the election and decided to focus on a singular candidate, it would change the politics of this country phenomenally. If they decided to focus on electing certain individuals at the MCA level, at the Member of Parliament level, at the Senate level, and at the governor level, it would change the dynamics of this country significantly.
Yeah.
So when people talk about party this, party that, who is aligned to who, what they are doing is entrenching the status quo. I said this in an earlier hour. Why am I saying this? Because they are not considering this very sizable portion of the country who do not seem to share the thinking and the games that they're playing. This is a population that clearly wanted change and were willing to put their foot down. And they were specific. This finance bill is not working for us.
Period.
Specific.
Yeah.
And they pointed what they wanted change. They were asking very practical things. It wasn't difficult to do, but they were ignored. They were dismissed, that their ask was not relevant. They are citizens of the country, and in the spirit of public participation, they should have been given more than a hearing. And they should have been given a little more than just some perfunctory acknowledgement with the real change that they wanted not being entrenched. 2027, this demographic is going to speak. They are quiet, but as I said, they're not inactive.
Yeah.
And they do not seem to share the values that these two groups seem to be sharing. Whether that of the former president or that of the current president, they do not seem to share that particular view. That is how I read the situation.
Hezbon amesema, no, that's not, this is now Edmund Dianga amesema, oya, we blogger, nyamaza, enda, sitamalizia your sentence. Masako is saying, CT, pension contributions are tax-free. You pay a small tax when cashing in before or after retirement. Joel Odondi anasema City hit the nail on the head. The Titans are fighting and ODM is the grass. And that is where our comments come to an end as far as that topic is concerned. So I mean, Lisema, I think if President Uhuru were to have his way, it would be a significant shift in the politics of 2027, as opposed to if President Ruto has his way.
You see, this is the point I'm trying to make. We are discussing two people. One is a current president, one is a former president. One is the brother of the former prime minister.
Yes.
One is a former assistant president, rather vice president. For heaven's sake, these people do not represent the majority of the nation. The majority of this nation are young people, for heaven's sake.
Yes.
They represent the entrenchment of the status quo. And the status quo is not a change agent.
There's a guy on X is called Engineer John Masharia. Engineer John amesema hivi, Winnie Odinga should perhaps borrow a few lessons from Gideon Moi's political journey. The assumption that legacy alone can guarantee leadership can be misleading. Gideon may have believed he could naturally step into his father's towering shadow, but politics has proven time and again that the ground reality is different. Leadership is earned through broad-based support, strategy, and timing. If today Winnie Odinga were to vie for any seat, say Kibra, do you think she would capture that seat? Or now that Jalango wants to be...
Let me ask the question, what would prevent her from capturing the seat?
Yeah. And, or a seat like Minito Yalangata, now that Jalango wants to be Senator of Nairobi.
What would prevent her from capturing it? Or even if she wanted to be Senator of Nairobi. My question again, what would prevent her?
Her friendship with Edwin Sifuna, maybe?
Not necessarily.
Yeah. Unless now Sifuna goes for a different
Now
seat.
you've understood where I'm going with my thinking.
Yes.
See, the dynamics of our politics being what it is, you want to ask, what is it that makes people vote for one candidate as opposed to the other? One was always the party you belonged to, and the regional prowess and power that particular party had in the region where you wish to seek an election. That was one. Your own popularity and your own steam comes a distant second. And that works at the MCA level and at the MP level. Senator, governor, party affiliation plays a very big part.
Yes. But this is Okuchini.
Yes, your own momentum can actually get you, and even against the wave of a party stronghold. Yes.
So Winnie can...
Let me say this. Right now, we are in a very fluid situation.
Yeah.
Nothing has settled. Give time to see all these things that we keep saying, oh, there's this, oh, there's that, these people, let it settle. That Uhuru is on one side and Ruto is on another is one story. That Uhuru and Ruto are on the same side is yet another story. But the reality, as I see it, is that the vast majority of the population of this country has not been heard. We do not know where their mind is, and we don't know what they want to do.
Yes.
We actually don't know.
Yeah.
But what they showed in 2024 was that they were the people who are willing to be the agents for change.
Hi. So basi. Keep on sending your salams and keep on sending your thoughts. In the next hour, we want to talk about epilepsy awareness. We actually had this conversation a couple of weeks ago, and we learned a few things here and there about as far as epilepsy is concerned, but we can never exhaust information about a certain or a particular illness, and it's always good to revisit and see what else can be learned, and also get your input as far as that particular disease is concerned. If you have a loved one, a friend, or someone that you care for who's currently suffering from epilepsy, this conversation is definitely going to be important for you. So do stand by for that and much more as far as the conversation on the People's Breakfast is concerned. You can find us across all our social media spaces. That is at Radio Gen KE on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Uko Kwote. That's where we are at. You can also watch us live currently on Facebook at Radio Generation Kenya. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja has ordered a probe into an incident in Wajir County on Thursday where a man rushed onto the stage as President William Ruto addressed a Nyota Startup Capital Disbursement Forum. In a statement, the National Police Service said the safety of the president, other dignitaries and members of the public was not compromised during the brief drama. The man later told the media he had no ill intentions and simply wanted to speak to the president about his political ambitions before he was intercepted by security details.
Alikuja almost saa 6 na kitu, nikangoja nikajaribu, imenishindwa. And mwishowe, that was the time he was even summarizing his speech. There was no otherwise. And I was only wanted to greet him and share with my ambition of the 2027 election. As I already told you, I'm aspirant of Wagbiri Ward, Wajir East. Nimeanguka kiasi kwa kabet chini ya rais na wakanipepa. Na hata karibu shati yangu imeraruka kiasi.
Police in Sirikwa Ward, Kuresoi constituency in Nakuru County are investigating a suspected murder-suicide involving a couple. Authorities say a 60-year-old man is believed to have killed his 51-year-old wife before taking his own life after domestic dispute. Their bodies were discovered at their home by residents who were left shocked by the incident. The case comes barely a week after another person died in the same area following a domestic altercation.
Nikaambiwa sasa my sister ambaye ni Chunita amewawa. Kufika nikakuta amewawa, amekatwa shingo na Richard Simotwa alikuwa amechinyonga.
Wao walikuwa wanakuwa na ugomvi kila wakati, walikuwa wanagombana wao kwa wao.
Kwa kijiji ni lazima tukiwa na shida, tukiwa wamama ama wazee, lazima tupate mawaida kwa watu wagongwe ama tuende kwa serikali ndio tuokolewe.
Tunahimiza kwamba wana kijiji tutatue mambo, tuberekee wenzetu.
The Senate says it will continue summoning governors to answer questions on how they use public funds, despite threats by the Council of Governors to boycott its committees. In a communication to the House, Speaker Amason Kingi said the governor's decision to stop appearing before the County Public Accounts Committee and to limit engagements with Senate committees goes against the spirit of devolution. Kingi also announced plans to meet the governors within 2 weeks to address the dispute.
Kenyans need to be outraged by the kind of reports and the kind of stories that come out of the Senate, by the kind of revelations that are coming out of these committees. But what do our governors do? The proverbial thief who turns around and accuses the pursuer that he's the thief. We have had 2 weeks of exposes, Mr. Speaker, not our invention, not fiction, based on audit reports. What are the governors trying to do? Deflect attention and make the Senate look like they are the thieves. Yet they are the ones with documented, where there is evidence, where there is proper reports of theft.
Health experts are raising concern over the growing spread of Kala-Azar in the country, warning that the disease is moving beyond areas where it was previously common. Researchers from KEMRI said the parasitic disease has now been reported in at least 12 counties, covering nearly 60% of Kenya's land area. With new cases emerging in regions not earlier considered high risk, experts also warn that the prolonged drought has worsened the situation as malnutrition makes people more vulnerable to infection and increases the risk of death, especially in communities facing food shortages. President Donald Trump's appointment on Thursday announced the end of an aggressive immigration operation in Minnesota that triggered large protest and nationwide outrage following the killings of 2 U.S. citizens. Thousands of federal agents, including immigration and custom enforcement officers, conducted weeks of sweeping raids and arrests in what the administration claims that targeted missions against criminals. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey said the ICE operation in his city had been catastrophic for residents. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. A very good morning to you. How are you doing? It's 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. It is that time when we have our morning conversation. And today we want to focus on epilepsy awareness. And of course, support for caregivers. It is Friday the 13th and this is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi and 90.7 in Mombasa. Of course, watu Garissa tujiwa sahau on 89.5. Frederick Beuchi is with us. He is an ambassador as far as epilepsy awareness is concerned. Tulikuwa na wewe hapa last year. Happy New Year.
Last year.
Imagine.
Is it not this year?
Hapana bro, tuseme tu mwezi uliopita.
Mwezi uliopita.
Yes.
It was last year.
It was last year. It's true. It's true.
Kidogo nianze kufikiria I'm losing my memory.
November, yes. That was Epilepsy Awareness Month.
Yes, it was.
And this week we celebrated International Epilepsy Day, which happens to be the second Monday of every month of February. But that ushers us into the whole week of epilepsy awareness. Yes. And
yes,
there's been a lot happening, and the focus this time has been the theme around moving from turning stories into actions and focusing on caregivers.
Okay.
Yes.
Caregivers. Of course, we are talking about the doctors who treat, nurses, and the people who actually take care of these patients at home and anywhere else.
Yeah.
Let's get to understand first of all, when we're talking about a caregiver, what exactly does a caregiver do to, or rather do for the patient? You told us that you used to take care of your sister, for example.
Yes.
Yeah, so just give us an overview of what taking care of someone who's suffering from epilepsy looks like.
Okay, a caregiver in this case, when we are referring to a caregiver who takes care of a person living with epilepsy, first we acknowledge that epilepsy is a chronic illness. And we refer it to a chronic illness because it really takes time before it's treated or managed or healed completely. So the difference between a caregiver who is perhaps taking care of a person who is sick over a condition that you know very well, when they are put on medication they will get healed after a period of time, and this other one who you are not very sure at what point, giving reference to my sister who is now 20 years old and she has been on medication since she was around 5-6 years. So you look at that journey for a person who is the one taking care of this patient. The big challenge that they go through is that they get to a point where they lose their social life. They get to a point where they kind of like forget about themselves. They don't prioritize themselves, because every time you wake up, you think about this person who needs the care most than yourself. So on the same breath is when in 2012 I had to quit my job to just go home and help my mom take care of my sister, because I had already started like seeing that it was really taking a toll on her, and she was slowly getting into depression, and there's nobody, you can't, it's very difficult if you are the parent for you to come out and say, I am tired of taking care of my daughter or my son just because they are sick or because they have a condition that it's taking long for them to get healed over it. There is that stigma that comes with people wanting to start saying, how can you get tired of your own son or of your own daughter? And then they forget that you are also a human being. So care for caregivers, that's the emphasis that we are putting in this time, even as we celebrate and mark this day, and also continue to raise awareness about epilepsy.
Earlier this week we spoke with a lady called Sophie. Sophie is an advocate kwa haya mambo ya trafficking. She's of course advocating against trafficking. She's not for trafficking. Now what she was telling us during our conversation is that there are these families, or rather people, young children, people living with disabilities from Tanzania who are trafficked into Kenya, and then they are the beggars we see on the streets. Some of the beggars, not all of them. So she told us that there's a time waliweza kupata wazazi wa some of the children from Tanzania, and they came to our courts here in Kenya, and of course they were questioned on, how could you abandon your children? How could you just let them come here to Kenya? Is it because they were abducted? Tell us what happened. And these parents said that we are unable to take care of our children. As a matter of fact, as we are looking at them now, they are healthier than they would have been had they been with us in Tanzania,
at home.
So these parents clearly allowed this thing to happen to their children. And I'm relating it to what you've just told us right now. When someone says they are tired, I am also a parent. Kuna wakati mwingine you get tired of changing diapers, when you think about the smell and the you get what I mean. It's a gross process. But you are reminded that number one, you are there, and this child is not going to be like this forever. Ni kwa muda tu. Ukimaliza atakuwa mkubwa na maisha yataendelea. But now bringing it back home, when someone has epilepsy, you're not even sure whether it will be healed, whether this is a permanent situation, what will happen. And every single day you are living that reality, not even as the patient, but as the caregiver. Yes. It will take a toll on you. Yes. It will take a toll on you, and especially if for example, you quit your job, and I'm sure it was a well-paying job.
It was. I was working as a shipping agent.
Exactly. So you quit your job.
Yes.
And by quitting your job, quitting your job comes with a lot of things. Because kuna mambo mengine yanakuwa affected by that loss of an income. For example, maybe if you had a partner, sasa anakuambia sasa hizi ni gani na umeanza, and that, like, it's a whole monster that is born out of this one situation. How did you handle it yourself?
Well, I think for me, I didn't have a second guess of whether I want to quit that job or not, because what was the driving force for me was every other day I get home in the evening and I see my sister with a fresh injury on the face. That would, even if I would have had a good day at work or made the money that I'm making, it would still not give me a lot of peace. And then the other thing was, at this point we were also trying to figure out what that condition really was. And so you have these resources, yet you still are not getting an opportunity to be told that there is treatment or there is medication that can work, because you are so ready to give your all, yet that opportunity is not there. The experts are not available. You have already tried so many other hospitals and you have been put on different drugs. So you look at even what you are going to lose by quitting that job, and you are like, it's not going to make any difference.
Yes,
because right now I have the monies, yet I cannot still help. So it was coming from a point of, maybe if I am there physically, I can be able to notice when a seizure is about to happen and jump on her and just hold her to make sure.
How would you tell that a seizure is on the way?
I mean, from the point that we had already monitored, and it's like after every 20 minutes there is a seizure happening. After every 20 minutes there was a seizure. So
you literally check the clock.
Yeah, you see, even for caregivers, this is what we actually tell them, that when you're taking care of a person with epilepsy, it is always good to time the seizure, because that is what the doctor will ask once you go to the hospital. They would want to understand the frequency of the seizure as it happens, and while it happens, how long does it take, because that helps them to define or determine what type of epilepsy one has. So we had stayed with our sister to an extent that we could tell that she gets an episode after every 20 minutes.
Was it exactly 20, or was it sometimes it's 19, sometimes it can be 25, sometimes it can even be 15, or it was 20 on the dot?
Within that, you see, what happens with epilepsy is it kind of like restructure your brain, and it gives you now a kind of a routine. That is exactly what happens even when you have anti-epileptic medicine that you are using, and you are told to strictly take it at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. because what the medicine does is it tries to distort the routine of a seizure happening.
It tries to preempt it.
Exactly.
Yes.
So when you take before or after, it's like you are trying again to reset it, and it will not now get to the sequence that it's supposed to. The same now happens with a seizure. You'll have people who say they will be okay during the day, but the moment they go to bed, before they fall asleep, a seizure happens. So people start saying, because at night tunasikia paka inaanza kulia mahali alafu ndio,
or an owl comes and lands in our compound.
Exactly. At night, because if we don't pray before we go to sleep, that's what happens. But they just fail to understand that that's how the brain has been conditioned.
Frederick, you're a reverend, right? Is it a reverend or a pastor?
I'm a reverend.
You're a reverend, okay.
Umesikia nikumuita nini?
Reverend.
Yes.
Nilikuwa najaribu kukumbuka last time tulimuita nini.
Reverend.
So, as a reverend, of course, you're a man of faith.
Yes.
Unataka kuniambia there is no one point ulikaa hivi ukasema lakini unajua inaweza kuwa ni mapepo imetumwa hii.
That always crosses your mind.
Yes.
Because of the stigma, and the myths and misconceptions that are there. Last time I mentioned that in our village we only knew of one guy who had epilepsy.
Yes.
And he was known by everybody. Actually, for some reason we didn't even know his name, because he was being referred to yule jamaa wa kifafa. You see, we couldn't even.
He didn't have family members who told you this guy is called Kevin.
No,
or
the
Peter,
name is there, the family is there, but that is what he's being known.
Or people knew his name, but they forgot
exactly,
and just replaced it with yule jamaa wa kifafa.
His ailment acquired a life of its own.
It became his identity.
Yes,
exactly. Yeah, and that's why we also avoid now calling. I mean, we refer to persons or people living with epilepsy, as opposed to saying this person is epileptic. Because it's like you are identifying this person by the condition,
his medical condition.
By
essentially, you are the personification of epilepsy.
Yeah.
So you and epilepsy mko same WhatsApp group.
Kabisa.
Ati unajua city ule jamaa wa epilepsy.
Yes, bas.
And at some point we experienced that even in our family, because we have a name as a family, but now it was like
ile familia fulani.
Ukifika stage waambie boda akupeleke kwa ile familia wako na mtoto anaanguka.
Serious?
Yes.
It became your family identity.
It becomes you're
stigmatized by that particular ailment. And part of it, as he says, misconceptions. People don't understand it. When people don't understand it, then they give an ailment that is easily understood spiritual qualities. And now that realm, everything goes. At what age did you notice that your sister had something that was unusual?
It was that time she was sick. I remember you told us.
Yes.
She fell ill with malaria.
Okay. And it now developed to cerebral malaria. At that point, she was around 2 years old. 2 years old. So by the time we are getting a proper diagnosis of getting to understand what she was really suffering from, that was around when she was around 6 years. So the danger of that is she had been experiencing these seizures on the frequency of after every 20 minutes, and so it had caused a lot of injuries on her head. Unfortunately, one day she fell on fire and she got burned, part of her. And we went with her to the hospital, and she stayed there for almost a month plus, just treating the wounds. You see, the burden of epilepsy, again, we say epilepsy in itself might not really, lead a person to losing their lives, but the injuries that are caused by the seizure, because when it happens, you don't know whether this person is, may fall in on fire or in water or in a place where maybe it was a heightened place and things like that. So most of the time, caregivers are afraid to come out and say, I am taking care of a person living with epilepsy, because then the stigma shifts now from the patient to you as the caregiver, and people now start referring to you as that caregiver or that person who takes care of a child or an adult living with epilepsy. So as the more they continue to hold into that information, the more people become afraid to also speak out if they have such people who are also living with that condition.
How did it affect your social life? Because now, remember, you told us you quit.
Yeah.
You now stayed at home. How did it affect your social life? Did you go to church as often as you used to? If you did go to church, did you go out with your friends as often as you used to? Or now did everything now shift to your house? Kanisa inakuja nyumbani. Kama ni kwenda kujibamba na mabeste, mnafanya sa nyumbani.
Yeah, it had an effect. We last time I mentioned that we are staying in a mission land, because that's where the Methodist Church started. So we find ourselves living in a mission land. So the church is very central to us. And I remember by the time my sister was being diagnosed with this condition, my mom was a leader of the women fellowship in the church. My father was the chairperson of that church. I was a youth leader. And do you know, within no time, we were taken out of those leadership positions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why?
Because now every
stigma iliwakujia.
Ilitukujia, And now the story was that we have done something to our sister to get riches. Yes, to get riches.
Come on, those things are real.
Oh, they are there. They are there. And you know, in Mombasa or at the coast region, that is not really something to.
It's not really exactly, and it's not unusual.
Yes, because it happens. It happens. You go to business premises and you see a person who is on a chair and they look like a zombie. They are not doing anything there. And when they open that shop, that chair is put there and they stay there for all that time. And customers come and people don't ask questions. And in the evening, they're taken into a room which nobody else is allowed to get into that room. So these things are there. So the moment you have someone who shows such symptoms, the first thing people can think about is what you have exactly.
You have sacrificed this person.
Exactly.
You know, Paul.
Yeah.
Ask the question. There's something which you really must ask.
I'm still on this mambo ya sijui kutoa mtu sacrifice. They actually think that and so the church did this to you. Wakasema wewe sasa kama youth leader kwa area kuonana. Madhe akatolewa kwa hii leadership ya wanawake.
Until you figure out what
you did wrong according to them. Please understand that
how do they even start that conversation?
Yes, but these are human beings.
So I tell them my sister is sick and then immediately movie sasa wewe kama presenter wa radio generation kwanza kaa kando as we figure these things out.
It's not just sickness, it's the condition, it's epilepsy.
You are saying something, CT, before.
What I'm saying is you're getting alarmed because you're employing one, your experience, what you've seen over time, and the part of the country you come from, they also have remote control experts.
Yes.
But
haijafika hapo.
No.
ama hata niseme yetu ni tofauti. It's a comparison of anyway, but see, continue.
We talk about fruits here, so it's apples and oranges, but it's not really. It's oranges and tangerine. Human beings throughout history have always, I put it as gently as I could, attributed spiritual qualities to situations they don't understand. Okay?
True. Yeah.
If you have an eye ailment that is beyond their comprehension, spiritual forces will be invoked. And it's actually an ailment. There's nothing to do with spirits. And they will find somebody to blame for that particular problem that you have. Many communities have we all have hereditary traits. With hereditary traits comes illnesses. For instance, I come from a family where people tend to be hypertensive. I myself am hypertensive. Okay? There are families that have other traits that are visible physically, and it is part of certain strains within their genealogy. There's nothing they've done wrong. It's just their genealogy. If you trace it back.
Tunasemanga they were born this way.
Yes. It is for that reason that if you look at the history of many royal families, they started off by marrying from among themselves. So the problem with that is that you will propagate and intensify the genes pool that you have, and if there's anything adverse that gene pool, mtaipata kwa wingi within your genealogy.
Inakuwa dominant.
Yes. This is something you understand because it's something you studied. You understand it very well. So take it now to a situation, say, at the coast, among, say, communities who have their asili yao ni Warabuni. They marry cousins.
Yeah, they do.
So the likelihood of certain conditions that were prevalent is very likely that yes, it's likely. It's something that has been studied. It's something that can be explained logically. Okay? Problem is this: that logic is not what people hold on to.
Yeah.
Scientific evidence may even be there, but that is, beliefs are strong. I say this because when you work in the research world, as I did, or biomedical research,
yes,
the first thing you want to understand about our community, what their beliefs are, what their myths, misconceptions, and then you go to what the knowledge yao, because in the absence of that, there are many things you'll be encountering and wondering, what is. Whereas if you took the time to understand these things, you know exactly where that thinking is coming from. We tend to judge situations based on our knowledge, and that knowledge is gleaned out of our experience and probably our bringing and the ecosystem within which we have developed. Now, what we have here, an introduction to a different ecosystem, a different belief system that people had. Over time it changes, but it never changes fast. Yes. Before people take the time to understand. Where I come from, for instance, there's a group of people who are referred to as night runners. There are people who yes, this thing of going for the Olympics in the daytime, see how yao ni usiku.
Wanangojanga giza.
Look at it this way.
Yes.
Peculiarities are not necessarily diseases. They could be conditions. And if you study it over time, you can actually understand what it is that is happening to a person. But before that arrives, the superstition, the myths and misconceptions is what will take hold. And that's what people will go by.
Yeah. So other than now, so church kicked you out even in the land?
Not out of the land.
Oh, so mlibaki hapo lakini venye tu sasa nguvu zilienda.
And you know, now that is what actually also motivated me to want to come back to the church one day and now tell them that epilepsy is a medical condition, just like any other medical condition, because we have days in the church where we call experts to come and talk to us about certain conditions. Then I was like, why not epilepsy? Or is it because we don't have a person who can come and really explain to us what this condition is all about?
What are the conditions other than epilepsy we've been discussing in church?
Well, we have a specific service every year. We call it a Health Sunday. And on a Health Sunday, any expert of any condition or disease can still be invited to come and share.
So cancer, diabetes, tuberculosis,
hypertension, all those conditions that I don't know, they seem to be normal conditions, for lack of a better word.
Okay, so you introduced this issue of epilepsy to your church?
Yes. So when they gave us now that break from being in the forefront in church, and perhaps them also trying to understand exactly what was happening to our sister, I also took time to really go and study and just get to understand the basic facts about what is epilepsy, what causes epilepsy, what is the first aid, is it a condition that can be managed, So when you have those facts, and I pushed now for an opportunity, one of those Health Sundays, to actually share, people now began to change their perspective about epilepsy. And also at this point already we were on the right track in terms of treatment for our sister. So she was on medication, and the seizure frequency had started to change, and now they were seeing her coming to church without really experiencing those seizures, and they started now to understand, okay, so this is a medical condition, and these are the medicine or drugs that the sister is using, and this is how they are managing it. So their understanding has really changed. They are so well informed right now, and they are really supporting the work that I am doing in terms of awareness. Yes.
Now, in terms of your own advancement as a person, because remember I started by asking you how it affected you socially, kasema kuna mambo kadhaa yalihafu kubadilika, but specifically you started with the church.
Yes.
Now, in terms of your own social life, dating, because you're a caregiver, and today we are focusing on the caregiver, right?
Sure.
How did that affect your life? Did you have to explain to a potential date that lazima nirudi nyumbani by a certain time because or did you walk with your sister zile za but this is my sister, itabidi tumekaa naye sababu of this and this and these reasons.
That question feels like putting me on the spot because tomorrow is
Valentine's. Yes, Valentine's is coming.
Let me put your mind at ease. Yes, we are putting you on the spot.
So don't guess. How did it? Because I'm putting myself in your shoes, and I actually even from the last time you were here, it just got me thinking about how my life has been, na nilikuwa najiuliza ningalikuwa in your situation, how different my life right now would be.
Well, surprisingly, I think when I immerse myself into now doing a lot of awareness, it got to a point I think I kind of like forgot about myself and the social life. It was me and epilepsy awareness. Everything that I was doing, everything that I was attached towards just doing epilepsy awareness and trying to prove a point to people that my sister is not bewitched and my sister is not cursed and anybody else who has epilepsy. So in that line of doing all this awareness and getting into the limelight and getting opportunities where you have a chance to be on media, for example, in 2018, I did a walk from Nairobi to Mombasa.
2018.
Yes.
What Eric Omondi is doing right now.
What he's doing. Actually, when he was launching the other day, I went there.
Oh, you were there with him?
Yes.
Good stuff.
Because I did it in 2018.
But you did from Mombasa to
Nairobi? No.
Nairobi to Mombasa. Okay.
Nairobi to Mombasa.
How long did it take you?
12 days.
All right.
And that's why I was telling Eric the other day, it's to do it in 4 days, it's not
atajiumiza bure.
Yeah.
Bro, 4 days is 120 kilometers a day. At the very least, walking. No, I don't think there's a human being who can walk that fast.
Yeah.
It's not a question of walking fast, it's the endurance.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of things that you can... Number one, you can't walk that fast unless you're not taking any breaks and there's a certain speed.
Every other day, it slows you down.
Yes.
When I started the first 5 days, I would do 30 to 35
kilometers.
Yes. 30 to 35, maybe 40 nikienda sana. And then slowly you would start at 5 and you are like nitafanya hata 10 kilometers. Yes.
Oh, unasema 10.
And I was telling him, there is no shortcut to go to Mombasa.
Barabara
ni ile. If you take a shortcut, unaingia Tsavo, unaliwa na simba. Unaliwa na simba.
Otherwise.
So I turned black because the sun.
So you want to tell me that you were lighter than this? Ama after that one ukarudisha back the complexion?
After the walk? No, of course it
remains
you off. It sheds you off and then you have to regain. Do you know I had to be in hospital for 2 weeks
after the walk?
After the walk. So they were putting my legs in ice cubes so that they dry up the blisters and they peel off now the dead skin.
My friend, let me ask you this. When you attempted, because you didn't attempt, you actually completed it.
Yeah.
When you decided to do this thing, or had someone advised you? Did you have a medical team with you? Or this was just Frederick alone?
It's an idea that came up because around 2015, I was co-opted as a board member of the National Epilepsy Coordination Committee. So I'm joining a board where it's dominated by doctors, neurologists, and when they sit down, they just talk of the science of treatment, and I'm like, before we get there, we need to also get our numbers right. And for us to get our numbers right is finding a way of how we can do a nationwide campaign so that people can hear about it and come out. So the question was, okay, so how do we get this message out there? How do we get people interested to know about epilepsy? So when they were trying to think of so many other things, and I said, okay, let me just come up with an idea. And I remembered the story of what journalists, today is World Radio Day.
Yes, World Radio Day.
Yes, what journalists love to report on. We would always make a reference to that story of a dog
biting
a
man, or a man biting a dog.
And the interest of that story. So I was like, I've heard of people who have walked before, but it has not been so recent that a person has walked from Nairobi to Mombasa, 482 kilometers. So I told them that I want to do this, and somehow I think the media will be interested to know, is it that I don't have fare to go to Mombasa, or what is it exactly?
And through that you will tell your story.
Yes. And because now they are neurologists, they are scientists, they are doctors. Actually, one of them recommended that they do an EEG for my brain to just determine, those cases where you are told go and take a particular test so that you come back, so that we have a report to know that you are sane, you are okay.
Yes.
Imagine they recommended that, and I was like, this is just an idea. I'm okay. I'm fine with it. So at that point, already the story now started to get to the media. Even before I started the walk, there was a column about a person planning to do the walk, and in September 2018 I kicked off the walk, and I did for 12 days.
Were you with other people, or was it just you?
No, alone. I shared it with friends, and it didn't sound like a good idea for most of them.
No one walked with you?
No one. I was only flagged off by so many people in Nairobi, at Nairobi West Hospital. And then the same way they have been doing to Eric, they drive, they get to where you are, they alight, and then they walk with you, take photos, and then they get back to their car.
I mean, I saw a couple of celebs with Eric, Calligraph Jones, the artist.
Yeah, he was there.
I think I saw a radio presenter and media personality, Carol Radul. Na wengine nimesahau, but walikuwa hapo na yeye.
They walikuwa hapo. So that support, but at some point it gets to a place where you are just alone, and now the people who are giving you the energy to keep going now are the truck drivers. Actually, by day 6, I was wondering, why is the hooting of the truck drivers increasing? Then I realized they saw me on day 1, day 2 walking, because I was in the same t-shirt, same outfit. And now they went to whatever place they went, and now they are coming back. And they are seeing this person still on the road.
I need to know, ulikuwa unalala wapi? Ama ulikuwa unafika mahali unalala kwa?
I was timing myself, and I would always get to a town, and then you find a place,
a lodging,
you rest, and then the next day you continue walking. So I was sharing this story to just tell you that I was so much into wanting to see that epilepsy awareness has been brought into the limelight. And to some extent I didn't really have a social life with people. But now when I started appearing on media and the story, and so people started
mademo kakunotice.
Wait, Maze. People go with the flow.
So people
so there was an interest of that association with a person that is now, and then awards started coming, because when I did the walk in 2021 is when I got nominated for the Golden Light Award, Epilepsy Golden Light Award, which was in Paris, France.
Oh
yes.
Okay, that one be this award. What did you
did you travel to Paris?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
To receive the award. Yeah.
The Golden Light Award is a recognition given to one person in every continent So we were about 7 of us.
From Africa?
No. He represented our continent. Where?
No, what I wanted to understand by saying from Africa, like 7 nominees from Africa, and you are the top out of the 7.
No.
Like every continent
was represented by one person.
Okay,
one person.
So no one. There was not 10 people choose one.
No.
The public wasn't choosing. This was them deciding that Frederick Beuchi deserves this award.
Exactly.
Okay,
because of what I had done, and. So that was in 2021.
Tell us a little bit more about this award.
So the Golden Light Award, it's the highest.
Who sponsors it?
The International Bureau for Epilepsy.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That's a global agency that also advocates now for epilepsy awareness. And I didn't know so much about it. I think after the story now was highlighted on the media is when now they got to know and they followed, because at this point I had also done a lot with the community that had not actually been known. So when they were like, okay, we have noticed this, now we need your profile of things you have done. I had a lot to share, and I think that is what really credited me to be one of the winners. Then
congratulations.
Asante. So when I mean the impact of the work made me now to come up with a plan of saying after every 2 years I'll be doing an extreme sport expedition.
Okay.
So in 2020 I cycled from Nairobi to Arusha, Tanzania.
Hey bro.
3 days. I rested for 2 days and climbed Mount Kilimanjaro in 7 days. That was in 2020.
Right. At this point in time, you were already known.
Yes.
So beyond the awareness, did you get sponsors?
Yes, I did. Because now all these expeditions I am doing, International League Against Epilepsy, that's another global agency that advocates for epilepsy awareness, now are my title sponsors for every expeditions that I do. And they cater for everything and everywhere that I go.
Okay.
When it comes to, I have an idea, I want to go somewhere and do this, these are my objectives and my goals.
Now, the first walk you did it solo. Of course, with the truck drivers hooting at you.
Yes.
Alafu ya pili 2020 ukafanya baiskeli hadi Arusha, alafu ukapanda mlima Kilimanjaro.
Yes.
Hadi kule kileleni
Uhuru Peak.
Okay.
Yes. That's where, I mean, that's the highest place you can be.
Now, for this one, did you have people with you?
I did.
Okay.
I mobilized a team of 10 people, and we prepared ourselves for a period of 8 months. Because cycling 382 kilometers, we accumulatively during our preparation did about 1,000 kilometers.
Wow.
Because I'm not a professional cyclist, so you really need to do,
you need to get your body
exactly
accustomed to what is waiting for it.
Exactly. And then now there was the part of acclimatization also for Kilimanjaro, because just like any other person, I had just been reading it on books and watching videos of people climbing Mount Kilimanjaro. So I had to climb a number of mountains, hills here before going to Kili to do the actual climbing.
And this one you did with the 10 folks that you...
Now, this is what happened. We started the cycling, and every day we were doing 100 kilometers. So they won Nairobi all the way to Kajiado.
Yes.
And then they took Kajiado to Namanga. Now, when we got to Namanga, 6 of them decided to come back.
Okay.
They could not cross over.
Why?
They got tired. I think it's not what they imagined it was going to be.
So 6 of them.
We crossed 4. And we got to a place called, so from Namanga to a place called Longido.
Yes.
And Longido to now Arusha. When we arrived in Arusha, we were to rest for 2 days before we go climb Mount Kilimanjaro. And these 3 guys said, this is how far we can support you. Beuchi, we are not doing any of the climbing.
Was it pre-planned ama ilikuanga they shocked you on that morning?
No, they shocked me. But you could tell because that cycling, even for myself, it was very tough.
Okay.
It was very tough.
All right.
But eventually we did it. And they came back and I was only accompanied by a friend of mine was coming from South Africa to support me in the climbing.
Okay.
Yeah. And also it happens climbing Mount Kilimanjaro, one person is taken up there by a team of 12 people.
One person, 12.
Yes.
So you guys went with 24 folks.
Yes.
You two became 26.
Actually, they showed up that morning at the hotel and I was like, where are these other guys coming from? And the lead guide was telling me, these are your porters. Each one of them has a job. What shocked me were these 2 guys, they don't carry like anything, any bags, and they just walk with you. And he was like, these guys are supposed to carry your body when you die. Yes.
Okay.
Literally. They are supposed to carry your body
in case you lose your life up there.
In case you lose your life up there. Yeah.
Did that
of course it scares you. I mean, you are working with people who every minute are like,
you're working with your pole bearers basically.
Yes, but they are a little bit more than that. These are people who do this for a living.
Exactly.
They know what is required. They're also your advisors.
Yes.
They also tell you, this is what you need to do.
Yeah.
You need to carry this amount of water. You need to drink it with this regularity. As we move higher, this is what happens, and so forth and so forth. Because your body, the reason you can actually climb whatever it is in a day, but the reason why you take the time is to get your body to acclimatize to the altitude. That is why you do it.
Actually, this is what they say when you're climbing Mount Kilimanjaro is you climb high and you sleep low. So that's how you find yourself taking so many days, but you're just trying, because you can't climb high and say you're going to sleep at that altitude, which is so new to your body. I mean, your body can go into a shock and you just collapse and you die.
Okay.
So you would do a high climb. It kind of like adjusts your body to that altitude, and then for sleeping you sleep low.
Munashuka tena.
Yes. And then tomorrow you still go up again. Yeah. So that was the second expedition I did.
Okay.
And my third now was attempting to do my first ultra marathon. Ultra marathon is running for 52 kilometers.
This is now which year?
This is 2023.
Okay.
2023. I did the BMW Dallas ultra marathon.
Dallas, Ulienda, Texas.
In Texas.
Okay.
Yes. Running for 52 kilometers. And then now,
how long did you take to prepare for this?
So every expedition I prepare in a span of 2 years.
Good.
So for you to also qualify for the ultra marathon, you need to have done 3 normal marathons, not under 4 hours. So you always like have a record of that. So I did Lewa, I did Stanchart, then I went to Kigali for the International Peace Marathon. They do it every June. Yeah, I did that, so I qualified for.
An actual marathon is what, 21 kilometers?
42.
42.
Yes.
Waliongeza?
Half marathon ndio 21.
Oh,
21.
Yeah, there's half marathon, full marathon,
no.
then
this
ultra marathon.
This is my brain telling me 42 ni mingi sana.
Yeah. Yes.
So you did all these 3 and you did them under 4 hours.
Yes.
Okay. And this is constantly running, ama unakimbia kidogo alafu unatembea.
No, now if you have to beat the time,
lazima ukimbie.
Yes, you can get to and say
What's
let me
your
walk.
You know me,
you
100 meters sprint, it's a wrap for me. if I was to jog,
Yeah.
I highly doubt I can. I'm very unfit by the. Wacha tu niseme ukweli.
Anakuambia ukweli.
I am
Hata
very
hizo ngazi za
unfit.
kazi kufika hapa juu.
I am very, siwezi do 70 meters hapa. Atile tu ndafika hapa na pale Monaco Hotel mimi ndo ase tuona nini bana.
Yeah. So it takes a lot of exercise
Yes.
to like prepare your body to get to that. And then now the most recent one I did was now climbing Mount Fuji in Japan.
Fuji.
That was in 2024.
Okay. Climbing a mountain.
Yes.
Kilimanjaro.
Yeah.
Is the climb very technical?
It not
really.
Not really.
Yes, I know Mount Kenya is technical.
Yes.
Okay, if you want to get to the very peak.
The very peak.
All right. Fuji.
Mount Fuji
in Japan.
Yes, in
so
Japan.
You went to Japan?
Yes.
Tokyo.
I was there for like for 2 months. Yes.
You climbed it for 2 months?
No. You've got to go and acclimatize.
And acclimatize and prepare. Yes.
Allow me to ask this question.
Yeah.
No.
And the reason
I'm preparing for a marathon.
You see, the reason why these expeditions are attracting the attention of also getting opportunities to be on media now to say what you are advocating for is the aspect of you are making them extreme. So what was the most extreme thing about going to Kilimanjaro was the fact that I didn't use a bus.
Yes.
I didn't take a flight.
You went by bicycle.
I went by, I cycled.
You cycled?
Yes. And then went climbing. Now for Mount Fuji is the most climbed mountain actually in the world. Mount Fuji. And of course now I wasn't going to be the first one to do it. But very few people do it off season. So off season is when that mountain is fully covered with ice. Fully covered with ice. And there are a lot of regulations from the Japanese government for people who want to attempt to do it off season. Yes. So I had to go through all that so that you can do it off season. Very few people
do it,
and it's a perfectly coned mountain. It's not as tall as Mount Kilimanjaro, but it's difficult because its perfectly coned shape means that the angle of elevation is you gain the altitude faster.
It is steep.
Yeah,
the incline is steep.
Exactly. And then again, of course, now also sliding also, so it's a bit technical to do it.
So if you learn pole bearers,
this one you have only 2 people.
Okay.
Because it's technical, you don't even carry a lot. A lot of what you carry now are the ropes, are the what. So there's no luxury of having a person there who has carried a whole bag of bread and because you are spending a lot of time up the mountain. So that one took me about 5 days to climb up and come back.
When is the next challenge that you're taking, and do you want help? Do you want us to join you, for example?
This year, so this year I'm doing my 5th
challenge.
Yes, my 5th challenge, and we launched it on last year December 11th is International Mountain Climbing Day.
Okay.
11th of December.
You seem to love mountains, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of the attraction that now it brings. So we launched our bid for our next expedition, which I'll be attempting to do the base camp of Mount Everest. So okay, let me break it down. The base camp, the base camp of Mount Everest. Base camp is where you start climbing.
Okay.
The mountain. So the base camp of Mount Everest is of equal height to the peak of Mount Kilimanjaro. Like where you start climbing Mount Everest is at the peak
of Mount
Kilimanjaro.
So yes,
I have done Mount Kilimanjaro, and that's why it's not sounding to be so dangerous to me.
Okay.
The only difference is it takes you more days. It takes you 15 days to get there, to get to the base camp of Mount Everest.
How many days?
15.
How many kilometers is it?
About 65. Yeah, about 65
kilometers to get there.
Yeah, to get there.
Okay.
Yes.
We literally have seconds before we end the show.
Yeah, right.
What message would you like to give to people today in terms of, number one, awareness, number two, support?
Okay. This is what I would say. With all these things I have shared as a caregiver, it only tells us that as a caregiver, you also have an opportunity, or you have a responsibility of raising awareness in your own way and in your own design. Mine could be climbing mountains, doing expeditions, and somebody else could be something different. You don't really have to do it to the extremes. What we are saying is, over and above you taking care of a person living with epilepsy or any other chronic illness, you understand better how to walk that journey with this person. And so your voice is very important when it comes to raising awareness about these conditions. And then the other thing is prioritizing yourself also as a caregiver before this person that you are taking care. Because if you don't take care of yourself as a caregiver mentally, if you are not there to really make sure that you are also healthy and strong, it will be very difficult for you to do the same to this person that else you say, I love so much and I want to take good care of them. Okay. So be mindful about your mental health. When you feel like it's really taking toll over you, you take a break, you go for counseling, and you get re-energized to come back and do that job that you feel is important to this person that you are helping.
How do they get in touch with you?
On all my social media platforms, Frederick Beuchi. We also have the Epilepsy Awareness Resource Center. At this point, is still based in Mombasa, but we are also on social media. If you search Epilepsy Awareness Resource Center, this is a place where we offer social care for caregivers and also a daycare services for children living with epilepsy and intellectual disability. So on all those social media platforms, we are very active. You send us a message, we are always ready to reach out to you and assist where we are able to.
All right.
Yes.
And I'm sure even if they are calling from Eldoret, Kitui, whatever, you can connect them with people close to them.
We have a very wide and big network that can reach out to everyone who is seeking support.
Thank you very much, Reverend. That is Reverend Frederick Beuchi, Epilepsy Awareness Ambassador. Coming up next, we're going to focus on the fall and rise of Kenya as far as constitutionalism is concerned. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police officers who turn up for duty while drunk or under the influence of drugs will be removed from the service after undergoing rehabilitation, Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has declared. Appearing before members of parliament on Thursday, Murkomen said the government will no longer look the other way when officers compromise public safety through alcohol or substance abuse. He stated that although those battling addiction will be assisted through treatment programs, they will not continue serving in the disciplined forces once the process is complete.
That police officer was deployed, Karatina, Kitengela, and many other incidents where police officers have killed civilians or their own colleagues because they were drunk, is a failure by the OCS because he's the one who is in charge of the police officer. So it's not enough that man was arrested, he was charged, and the process is ongoing. It's also important that the OCS is held into account by his disciplinary standards in terms of managing his police officers in that area. So the message must go to all our OCSs, even from this statement here, that they will be held personally accountable.
Public Service and Human Capital Development Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Ruku says about 3.3 million Kenyans are now affected by drought. He says 23 arid and semi-arid counties are facing different levels of risk. Ruku noted the number has risen sharply in just 1 month. Data from the National Drought Management Authority shows 2.1 million people were affected in January, but the figure has increased to 3.3 million in February.
The National Drought Management Authority is the government institution which corrects data on day-to-day basis on the drought situation in the country. The number of people who are affected at the moment, 1 month ago it was about 2.1 million Kenyans, but as per this week we are about 3.3 million Kenyans who are affected by this drought.
Police will not hesitate to arrest governors who ignore parliamentary summonses, says IG Douglas Kanja. The declaration comes amid ongoing tension between governors and senators over appearances before oversight panels. Kanja emphasized that no public officer is above the law and assured that the National Police Service is prepared to enforce committee directives. Kanja added that the police are always available to comply with the committee request and provide security during meetings and site inspections. A 37-year-old man holding dual Somali and Australian citizenship has been arrested at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport over alleged fraud case. The suspect, identified as Ige Nasa, was intercepted by detectives at Terminal 1A after arriving from Australia via Johannesburg on a Kenya Airways flight. According to the Kenya Police Service, he had been flagged by an immigration control alert issued on January 30th, 2026, in connection with a case of obtaining money by false pretense. Thousands of Venezuelans demonstrated on Thursday to demand the release of all remaining political prisoners and full freedoms a month after the overthrow of autocratic leader Nicolas Maduro. The demonstrators chanted slogans at the first major opposition rally since Maduro's capture by U.S. forces, creating scene that would have been unthinkable during his repressive rule. Elsewhere in Caracas, thousands of people attended a counter-demonstration in support of post-Maduro government allowed to remain in place by U.S. President Donald Trump, who asserts that he, in fact, controls Venezuela and its oil wealth. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Atletico Madrid produced an outstanding first-half display of attacking football as they hammered La Liga leaders Barcelona 4-0 in the first leg of their Copa del Rey semi-final. A bad night for the visitors also saw them denied a goal back in the second half, when after a record equaling 8-minute check by the video assistant referee, Pau Cubarsi's strike was ruled out for offside. This was the second time in as many years the two sides had met at this stage of the competition. It was hard luck for the Kenyan para-badminton national team, who finished without a medal at the ongoing 2026 Para-Badminton World Championships at the Issa Sports Complex in Rifa, Bahrain. Speaking exclusively to Radio Generation from Bahrain on Thursday night after Kenya's final match, national team coach Eric Ngumo lamented on fatigue and poor planning. Ngumo was still adamant that his objective still remains to qualify athletes for the upcoming Paralympics Games in Los Angeles in 2028.
We are happy to have performed to the third round despite the challenges of traveling, like travel delays and late visas. As we travel back home, we are set for training, starting with the 3-month camp set up by our federation. After that, we are going to attend a Czech Republic International Classification Tournament, which will be later.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back. City is telling me, I'm telling City I'm never going to climb a mountain. What were you saying, City? Because I said I won't climb a mountain.
I'm saying you have never tried, and that is why you think you cannot.
Yes.
And I'm trying to tell you that there's something called muscle memory.
Yes.
You went to a school where sports was king.
Yes.
So for 4 years, you were a sports person whether you liked it or not. Nobody escaped it.
For sure.
So it means your body is accustomed to a certain level of fitness. It's just that you've been inactive. If you are to start keeping fit again, you'll be amazed at how quickly your muscles will remember. Now you'll pick it up.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Now when it comes to mountain climbing, it's a completely different training. It has nothing to do with running or sprinting. It is a question of understanding the mountain and what the mountain requires of you.
Sometimes, you know, when I'm playing with my children or my nephews and nieces, when they decide to take off, I just let them go.
Are you in tower? It is wise.
Because I'm like, sitangangana na kamutu. Sometimes they'll come and grab my phone and take off with it, and I'm like, you know, if you don't bring that phone, I'll beat you, because that's the only way I'll get it back. But you know what Reverend Frederick has said has actually made me think. I need to get back to that kind of active lifestyle.
It's a mental fortitude. It's mental fortitude. To do what he does, your mind needs to understand that you have to push a certain envelope beyond the normal boundaries. Here.
When I was at Kenyatta University, and then there would be a riot, student strike and all that, they go to the streets of wanaenda hapo Thika Road, wanaanza kurushia magari mamawe. Of course GSU would be sent in, right? And na nilikuwa naona dalili, you can tell there's going to be a riot, because there's always that you can tell the ambience changes, and you can tell.
Did these things occur around the time when exams were around the corner?
Some occurred when exams were around the corner, but some were actually legit. Kama kuna siku Kenya Power stima zilipotea, and there was a very serious match between Arsenal and Manchester United. So during that match, stima zikapotea, and it was just before the game started.
Riot.
Like an hour before. People told Kenya Power, bwana rudisheni stima. Of course, power wasn't restored as quickly as people thought. Within no time, people were at Thika Road, cars were being banned. Gari zilichomwa. About 3 zilichomwa.
Nikuulize kitu, explain this to me.
Yes.
Huyo mtu ambao anachoma gari yake, yeye alikuwa anaenda zake nyumbani.
Kweli.
Hana habari about the problems that you have.
Very true.
By the way, ili isiwe ni lawama kwenu, si mimi pia nilikuwa Kenyatta.
Ulikuwa Kenyatta.
JM Day. You'd find people doing the same thing, and you'd ask, bro,
why on earth are you doing this?
Huyu mtu unataka kupiga gari yake mawe?
Yes.
What does he what relationship does this person have with it? Muga wache maneno mingi unaongea.
Exactly.
I mean, in all honesty, why are you harassing? You block the road. You are harassing. It's a madness.
It is. Now that I have a car, okay, personally, let me just make it very clear. Sikuwe rusha mawe, at least not to a vehicle anyway. But now that I have a vehicle, I actually put myself kwa miguu ya wale watu magari zao tulikuwa tunachoma, and I say, yeah, this is crazy. Because every time there's a riot,
maybe that's the it bothers me. Mnachoma gari ya mtu kwa nini?
Exactly. Every time there's a riot here in Kenya, and especially in the last couple of years when we have these Gen Z riots, and then I'll drive towards Mlolongo. Kuna mahali ukifika hapo Mlolongo, kuna kwanga na watu wanarusha mawe, they're on the expressway, they are throwing stones and I actually appreciate the police presence, because when I get there, ninakwanga wakati tumeshatoka hapa kazini, so we are heading home, ninapatanga tires on the barabara zimeashwa, but napata GSU wamezitoa, and I thank God for GSU because my car is safe. Other cars not so lucky. I find some have been pelted with stones, zingine zimechomwa.
Na watu say they did yani
nothing. Someone is just coming from radio generation, they're heading home. You've just decided to spoil their day. That person had third party insurance maybe on their vehicle. They have lost their vehicle forever and ever. Amen.
Hiyo gharama
imeenda. Some of them unfortunately don't have insurance. You have set someone back hundreds of thousands of shillings, if not millions.
And then in some cases you've actually harmed the person.
Yes. Sometimes the person actually is still paying a loan on that vehicle. Perhaps it was their vehicle for business, it was maybe a taxi, or it was a transportation vehicle for their goods. Na umewaharibia biashara. Anyway, so before I forget, nilikuwa nasema historia ya KU riots inatokezea, GSU are sent in. Bro, nilikuwa naona GSU hivi. Mimi I get weak in the knees. Because I was like, how watu watanimaliza tu. These ones, wao wanakuja kunimaliza. But for some strange reason, I used to escape their wrath. Nilikuwa nina escape wrath ya GSU. I would lock myself in my hostel room na walikuwa wanapita. Hawanipati. Watu wametoroka. I hear in the neighboring rooms people screaming, ladies shouting outside there. Unasikia tu kelele. Mimi nimezima stima, nimenyamaza kimya. GSU wako hapo nje, just hear them beating people to a pulp. And for some strange reason I was always safe. Ni venye Mungu alikuwa anajua huyu akipatikana hii miguu yake hakuna mahali nampeleka.
Paul, this hooliganism that we've nationalized and made it a national sport, bro, it is not a good thing.
It is not.
It's a culture that must be extinguished, not discouraged, extinguished, because it causes unnecessary harm to unsuspecting
Kenyans.
Yes, bwana. There was a roommate I had in college called Andy Matu, the late Andy Matu. Andy was a diminutive guy, small guy, but a very gutsy fellow. Andy would go, somebody has a stone, Andy holds that guy's arms and pulls the stone from that person's arm and asks him, what do you think you are doing? Why do you want to throw this person is on his way, wherever it is going, you don't even know him. Why do you want to pelt his car with a rock?
Yes.
You know that burning of cars? You were at KU, so let's get Bishop Square.
Yes.
I told you the story of Bishop Square.
Yes, you did, yes.
Yes, exactly. There was a vehicle called Toyota Celeste, sportish car. It was considered a beautiful car because it was beautiful. That car got burnt there. And people started, it chose a bad day. We had a student election that day.
Yes.
And spirits were high. And people were broke. So people hadn't gone anywhere. It started off with igari ambayo mzee amewacha hapa. Tufanye nini? They rolled it. They rolled it.
Yes.
They rolled it. Then somebody says, burn it. Nobody knows where the fire came from. After the thing had burnt, you realize just how much of that car is actually metal and how much of it is plastic. There was literally a shell.
Yes.
Literally. It is not a culture that can be tolerated. No. That's a culture that must be extinguished. It is a terrible culture.
When you're on the side of the riots, when you are the one rioting, when you're the one throwing the stones, I'm sure it is a very exciting thing. That adrenaline rush.
It is thoughtless.
Yes. I'm sure for the folks who perpetuate that particular violence, for them wana feeling imeweza. Unajua unashika mawe, you throw it, unaona ndio ile imeenda imepasua kioo ya gari ama ya building, and you feel you pick another so and you do the same. But until you're on this side of now the, let me call them victims, into that time when the election was pinduliwa, annulled
2017.
Yes, by CJ Maraga. I was driving to work. I was doing the drive shift, so I had to drive through, because I was working in Westlands. I had to drive through Uhuru Highway, and I met these young men. They were carrying placards, but they also had fimbo, namawe, and whips, and the town was very empty. There was no expressway at the time, and I didn't think, to be honest, I would find people in the streets of Nairobi. Nilidhani watu wako Kibera na huko Kawangware, huko ndiko kuna kuanga na shida. But I met these folks pale hivyo Uhuru Highway. So because I literally turned that corner like this and there they were, and there was no turning back. So what did I do? I just put down my window. Thankfully I had my tag, my press card and everything. So nikamwambia majamaa, ninaenda kuripoti kile kimefanyika, so mnikubali nifanye nini? Niende ndio at least the country will know what is going on. And these guys, actually some of them recognize me. They're like, mngala movie ni aje? Even one of them even told the others, ebu fungua, toka songa. And I was allowed to pass. Let me tell you, at that time I projected a lot of bravado, but 99.89 of it was false bravado. Because mimi wangeniambia tu shuka, bro, ningeshuka. Wangefanyia gari yangu kinyo nataka, and life would have moved on from there. It was a very scary experience. Very scary. Because I nilikuwa najiuliza ningelikuwa maybe sijulikani. Had I just been a random person, had I been perhaps even arrogant myself, God knows what else would have transpired had I not been as polite as I was. Was I saved by the fact that I was a popular person? Maybe. But those guys were ready for whatever. They were ready for anything. But walinifungulia barabara na nikafika kazini. And in the evening, thank God, because watu after giza ikiingia watu wanatokanga town wanaenda mali wanaenda. I told my boss the next day, brah, I am not coming to work unless you guys come for me, because I am not driving into that nonsense again. So it's usually a very crazy experience. And you're right, this hooliganism needs to stop.
Stop. Not slow down, not We know why people demonstrate. The Gen Z showed us how to demonstrate. You picket, you march, you congregate, full stop. Shops were opened on that day. Shopkeepers were offering the demonstrators water. If you are on the expressway and even on the road below, I saw people with pickups filled with water. They had bought the water for the demonstrators.
Yes.
Somebody stops, anatoa.
Another could distribute, yes.
Meaning, I saw something I'd never seen before. The demonstration was peaceful up until the time it was infiltrated by people whose MO is violence and mayhem. And then, as you say, the dogs of war were unleashed. And then the deaths began to occur.
You know, we've seen countries where governments are overturned. You know, a president or a prime minister is exiled from the country by the masses. I remember there was one specific one. It was in West Africa. I'm really forgetting this country. But the president and his wife were in a bunker at their state house. Wamejifungia kule kwa bunker. And the military just got to a point, they decided we are not protecting these guys anymore. We're talking about some probably 7, 8, 10, maybe even 10 years ago. Nikitambo. Because that couple, that president and the wife were actually taken to the ICC. Now, what I witnessed, because I remember that time I was watching CNN. CNN walionyesha wa citizens wa that country, niwaita wa Kenya wa hiyo country. Wa Kenya wa hiyo country went to the state house, broke into state house, went to the bunker, which is obviously an underground place, broke into the bunker.
Which means somebody told them where the bunker was.
Yes. And we're talking about a heavily fortified building, heavily fortified structure in terms of that bunker. And the citizens managed to break through that door, because it was a very heavy steel door, kama zile za bank safe.
They were assisted.
Na wakapata president pale na bibi yake. The guys were in pajamas. Me, let me not lie to you. The moment I'm in that kind of situation, mtanipata na jeans, nimefunga belt na jacket na nimefunga baka scarf na nimevaa kofia na miwani, kila kitu niko ready yani for whatever. But these guys were in their pajamas. It was very embarrassing actually, and I pitied them, because I was okay with them being arrested by the citizens, but I felt what happened to them after that wasn't really a good thing, because, like, for example, the wife was in this long pajama night dress thing. They were not even allowed to wear shoes. Walitolewa even na slippers. the president alikuwa na vest and some...
But they were not killed.
They were not killed. They were actually arrested by the citizens, but now they were being manhandled as they were being walked to... I can't remember where they were.
Let me ask you, why do you think the citizens of this country had gone on a rampage? And why do you think the military decided to step down? Why?
I remember it was an election, and the citizens felt that the election didn't go their way, so obviously they thought this election was rigged. The election was stolen. Na jamaa wakaenda wakashikwa na wakaanza kutandikwa. Bwana, this president was in a vest, being slapped around by common mwananchi, as we like to call ourselves. The wife there also being kicked and punched as they were being frog marched to, I think it was, they were either taken to a police station or something. But it was a very embarrassing scene for them. For me, I was cringing the entire time I watched that thing.
When people break that barrier of respect and they now begin to treat you like a criminal, what do you think has broken down? Because people tend to respect political leaders.
Yeah.
And they more or less feel you can't touch this person. By the time they get to the point where they happily and willingly manhandle you, what do you think they think or feel you've done to them? Not for them, to them. You see, West Africa has many lessons to teach our leaders. We've had presidents. There was Samuel Doe, arrested by the militias who fought his government. If you read the stories and the history of Samuel Doe, that was one extremely vicious president. Sergeant Doe. Vicious. He did unspeakable things to the citizens of that country and those who opposed him. The unfortunate thing is, the same thing happened to him, unfortunately.
Yes.
Because they filmed his capture, they filmed his torture. Yes, they filmed it. I know because I saw it.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
In Sri Lanka, there were leaders who were relatives and even brothers. You know, brother and president, one cousin, minister, another brother, minister.
Yeah.
They were not manhandled, they escaped. The citizenry went to the palace. They were an orderly lot. Nobody broke anything. They just walked in there, sat down, looked around. Nobody vandalized anything.
Yes.
But the guys escaped. People do not turn against their leaders because the leaders have been doing good and now they are tired of receiving good, so now they are retaliating by doing bad. No. They feel that the suffering and the problems they have are because those in leadership have brought it upon them.
Yes.
Because they understand with clarity that these people were supposed to ensure that some benefit accrue to them, and those benefits have not. But at the same time, they observe that the leader and those around them have continued to grow richer.
Yes.
Continue to. The people who lead us are Kenyans like us. We know their history, we know where they live, we know where they come from. We even know what they own and what they don't own. And we also know when they start getting rich because they cannot help but consume conspicuously. So you can see.
Yeah. Ndugu 247 has actually reminded me that the country I was talking about where the president and the wife of frog marched. Ameniambia it's Ivory Coast in 2011 and it was Laurent Gbagbo. Yes, Ndugu 247, thank you so much. That's a country.
But they did not kill him.
They didn't. Juicy to Syria when President Assad was also exiled. I don't know if you saw what happened. Citizens again broke into their presidential palace, and my oh my, we think our presidents here in Africa live well. Wale watu wa Syria walikuwa wanaishi vizuri, president na familia yake walikuwa wanaishi vizuri sana. The things I saw, the vehicles that this president had acquired, from Ferraris to Lamborghinis to vintage vehicles, unajua zile Mercedes Benz za kitambo alikuwa amezieka pale kwa palace yake. The kind of luxury that was there, the artwork, the rooms, how some of them adorned in gold furniture and other kinds of gold ornaments, if I may call them. hii ni nyumba ya president, and then you look at how Syrians lived,
the level of abject poverty that very many Syrians live in. Yes, sioni shida tayari. That particular picture that you've painted in words equals what you then saw happening.
Yeah.
Inafika mahali watu wanasema tosha.
Yeah.
We don't learn. What do you think the French Revolution was about? We don't learn. We honestly don't learn.
Yeah.
Because these examples are replete. There are so many examples all over the world over time. So many.
Yeah.
People get into power and somehow they think they're immune or they're bulletproof. Somehow. And that they can do the things that have gotten other people into trouble. They think they can actually do these things and get away with it. Strange, isn't it?
It is strange. You know, when we see West African leaders being beaten in the streets of France, you know, that thing actually makes me wonder. You know, by the time you guys decide that your minister of whatever is going to be on Koinange Street, ni venye sijui streets za America, I mean za France zinaitwa
Champs-Élysées.
Okay, so your minister for education, for example, is going to be in Champs-Élysées. Champs-Élysées.
Imeandikwa Champs-Élysées, but it is pronounced Champs-Élysées.
Let me say a French word I actually know. They're going to be on Champagne Avenue. So you decide that you're going to find this minister there.
Yes.
And you clobber this guy a good one. I saw it was, I think it was a DRC Congo, DR Congo minister. That guy was boxed on the streets of France by 2 people. Not 15, not 10. It's like they were just walking and they were like, bonjour, je ne sais pas que j'ai ministère for, hey, bro alichapa nilikuwa ni vita ya Jake Paul. That guy was punched by 2 of his citizens. This one wasn't even planned. It's like they were just walking and then they wait. Sule ni nani mheshimiwa? Ngoja kidogo. Ni yeye. This is the guy who has eaten our school fund. He's the guy who's doing all these ghost schools. They bounced on this guy. And then now there's someone who just took a video. I think he was just a French citizen.
He realized this one.
He was just, and you know him, he doesn't know, he's just like, he took a video. Yes. So
you see, there is a certain magical line that once crossed is very difficult to retreat from, where the citizenry decide that whatever respect they had afforded you, it was with reason. But essentially, you then represent a trust which was broken. And they figured it can't be repaired. So you, as far as they're concerned, are not fit to live. Because they can look at... By the time those 2 fellows got to France...
Yes.
You think they were on holiday sightseeing?
No. Them, they were actually living and working in France, yeah.
They went there because they couldn't act the living they were supposed to act in their own country.
Yes.
So they're in another country. And then they see the person whom they feel was responsible for the problems they had. It is strange that we do not learn. It is very, very strange we do not learn, because the security that people think they have is not the army, it's not special forces, it's not special units within the police force. The security is the people.
True.
When people know that the people they've elected and those who are in government have their interest at heart, they protect those people.
True. Like there's some people living here in Kenya who are genuinely loved. And even if throngs of people, come on to them, it's because of the love.
No harm, in fact, no harm would ever come to them. Yes. They are safe. And that's why they can walk in the streets and people can't. And they know they can't.
Yeah. One person I can actually mention is Dindi Nyoro. I have met Nyoro in the streets of Nairobi. Akitembea, hivyo tu. Bila security, bila nothing.
What quarrel would somebody have with a man?
Hauna shida nae.
What quarrel?
The guy is just walking. There's another one called Mushangi. Ni wanauko side za Embu. The guy with his turban, you will find him in a suit in town just going about his business.
Yeah. Yes.
No one has got an issue with him.
Yes.
Hakuna mtu atamuuliza maswali.
Watamsalimia tu.
Mheshimiwa mambo uko fit? Yes, Gone.
Is that not how it should be?
It actually should be like that. It actually should be. It should be like that.
Now, when you get to a point where you feel you always need to go somewhere with a bodyguard, what does that tell us about you? It tells me that you also know what you've done.
Kuna kitu unajua tujui.
Unajua what you've done.
It's either umekosea the citizens or umekosea an individual.
Yes.
There's a business deal somewhere you're doing that needs you to have that kind of
security. Mtu. And you also know. And so, you are preempting a possibility of being attacked.
Right.
In this last few days, I've been thinking about Norway.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about a certain minister who was in charge of finance actually. At the time, by the way, when Norway got its independence from Sweden, okay, what the businesses walikuwa nayo, fishing, timber, na kidogo industry kidogo, but nothing spectacular. Then oil was found in the North Sea. I mentioned the minister because there's one person who actually understood that you need to safeguard this. The idea of the sovereign fund. Okay, the idea. He realized there's a history of oil in the country, the turmoil it has caused, how it has unsettled many nations, and the problems that have come with oil. And he sought to avoid all these things.
Yeah.
It was a country that understood the rule of law, so very many things would go through parliament. I'm summarizing and paraphrasing very many things.
For sure.
But the net result of the thinking was when it actually got to the president of the nation,
yes,
the president agreed with the idea.
Okay.
So they understood and said that only a very small percentage of whatever revenue that they were getting from this particular oil would be used for the public good. The rest would go into a sovereign fund.
Okay.
Okay? And this sovereign fund morphed over time and over the years.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
As of last year, the sovereign fund, let me start.
Yeah.
This sovereign fund, of all the listed companies on the globe, listed as in stock exchange na kadhalika, you will find that this fund, this Norwegian sovereign fund, owns something like 1.5%. Remember, among the companies that they invested in was a company in the US called Caterpillar, earth moving equipment.
Kuchimba mchanga.
Yes, you heard me mention here that they divested some of the money that they invested in that firm.
Yeah. Because
Caterpillar vehicles were being used in Gaza.
Okay.
Kufukua buildings that had been bombed, and so they said no. This we are not supporting. Our money is not going to be used to support whatever activities. It's just a vehicle. They were bound to use some vehicle, but Caterpillar known to make these vehicles. Okay. When you are told that a country has a fund, that whose annual output in terms of something like 2.2 trillion, it is mind-boggling, is it not?
It is mind-boggling. Are we talking about shillings or dollars?
Oh no, I'm talking about dollars.
Yeah.
I'm talking about US dollars.
That's a lot of money.
It is. But they've built it over time, over decades.
Yes.
Okay? And they understand it, and it is written by law. The portion that can be used for the public good in terms of development is a certain percentage. And they made sure they ring fence it to the point where even successive governments cannot tinker with it. A government can't come in and decide they're going to use this money the way they see fit. You actually can't. You'll be going against the law, and there'll be penalties for breaking that particular law.
Yeah.
Okay? So it means they had understood their population was aging then. So they were looking into the future. That's what a sovereign fund does. It wants to ensure that the future is actually secured for the citizenry. Now, we have more resources than Norway. Norway doesn't have the wind power we have. Norway doesn't have solar power that we have. They have rivers and waters, so they have hydro, yes. But we have oil. We have gold. We have iron ore. We have coal. We have natural gas. My friend, we have very many resources. Now, we have rare earth. the sovereign fund that has been spoken of by this government should begin by listing for us. The government should begin by listing for us the natural resources that we have and what its estimated value is.
Yeah.
And we should understand what portion of this money, by law, is actually going to go into this fund. So that when we talk about a sovereign fund, you do not grow a sovereign fund by taxing people more. Not really, not necessarily. You grow a sovereign fund by utilizing the natural resource the country has, and you make sure, since it is a resource for the country, that's where you get the wealth to take to the sovereign fund.
Yeah.
Every time we have a conversation about natural resources, it becomes vague. Nobody tells you how much iron ore we have, and yet we have it. We even export it, nobody talks about it. We have rare earth. You hear somebody has died because there was some mention of rare earth. You hear there's gold and you're told it's in Kakamega. We have gold in Makalda. We have gold in Migori. We have gold in Narok. Just so that you get to understand these things. Turkana is not the only place we have oil. We have oil in northeastern Kenya. Okay. So, with all these resources, until and unless you hear of a plan the government has to tell you what we own, because it's ours, ni mali ya umma, and what we hope to get from it, and you are told that those resources, once exploited, the portion that will actually go into that fund. Anyone talk about a sovereign fund without telling you how that fund will actually be populated by funds, not taxes, from our resources, then, my friend, that particular story about the sovereign fund is just that, a story.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ni story too.
If we didn't have natural resources, I would understand the issue of tax. I would understand. And in that case, I would also understand that a portion of these taxes, once they get to KRA, unazipeleka kule, but we have natural resources and we have plenty. We have a youthful population. Now, if there is a population that needs to be looked after and the future needs to, it's this one, because they are going to be young for a very long time before they get old. They have very, very many years ahead of them to get old. Now, in that time, should we not prepare and ensure that we have something that can buffet and can provide a safety net for them? It requires a complete change of mind of the leadership of this country, because our political leaders seem to think that the priority is to talk about the things you want to do and then to make as much wealth as you possibly can.
Why is it that corruption is everywhere, whether it's in Kenya, the whole of Africa, continental Europe, and so on and so forth. But what is it about the African continent that makes our situation worse than what we have in Europe, for example?
It's because we're interfered with, and we are susceptible to that interference.
By who? The same Europeans and...
Yes. They understand the benefits of the natural resources that we have.
Yeah.
Many of them depleted theirs a long time ago.
We are a continent of 1 billion people. Unataka kuniambia 1 billion people, we cannot find a few individuals who can actually run our countries better. Because even in Africa, there are countries that are better than others in terms of whether it's economy. For example, in SA, why is it that and this is minus their resources? Why is it that their politics is different from ours? For example, when we compare ourselves, Kenya, with a country like which one now? A country like Mauritania. Why is it that things are so different in that particular place as far as our politics is concerned? I know someone might say it's because of our culture. Someone might say it's because of our resources. Yes. Like at the end of the day, politics is politics.
No, it is not. It begins, you go back to the leadership of the country. No, you go back to the colonizing country. You go back to the leader that country had at independence. Because they set the stage for what the country was going to be in many ways.
For all 54 of us?
Yes, more or less.
54 countries, yeah.
Yes, they more or less set the stage. You see, South Africa and the economy was built on the back of the majority of the population who are black. They were disenfranchised. So the Europeans were doing the European thing in South Africa. That's what they were doing. Okay? So by the time South Africa was getting independence, was in 1994, the infrastructure, everything that we see now, the vast majority of it had already been built. Because the people who built it were not planning to leave the country. No, they're planning to stay. So they're building it for themselves. So when the African came into power, the African found these things existed. And the infrastructure that was there hasn't really changed much in terms of who controls what and who owns what. Not really. No. What has happened is that more black people are in positions of authority, and the blacks are now allowed to represent themselves. So if you have a parliament, they'll be the majority, because in terms of the population, they're the majority.
Yeah.
Okay? Other African countries, if you look at just a country next to South Africa called Namibia.
Yes.
Namibia was a German colony. It was even colonized by the South Africans at some point. Okay? They are fewer than South Africa. It's a massive country. They also have natural resources. Their first president was a guy called Sam Nujoma.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Sam Njoroge.
No. Sam Njoroge is labda nika MP hapa kwetu tu. Okay?
Actually, Sam Njoroge is a media personality, but yes.
I miss him, Joey. That man, if you look at the way he lived, he was a very simple man. These massive accumulations, primitive accumulation of wealth that African leaders are identified by, he was not one of them. He set the stage. If you look at Sasaret Sekama, the first president of Botswana, he also set the stage. No opulence, these excessive things that people do, but they have been rewarded by having very, very stable government in very, very stable countries. They have issues, but they're stable. They transition easily, and it's something that is considered normal. However, Germany lost the Second World War. Germany lost the First World War. So their colonies were taken over by the British and they became protectorates.
Yes.
Tanzania was a German colony. It became protectorate. Now, if you look at West Africa, very many of the countries were colonized by the French. The French and their system of colonization required that you become a province of France. That's how they administered their colonies. So you are required to deposit, was it 80 to 85% of whatever income you have with a bank in France. The leaders who you elected at independence would also be in the Senate in France. Your money was controlled by the central bank of France. They more or less dictated to you how to use your own money. Now, that was their form of colonization. They more or less never actually stopped colonizing you even at independence. They more or less told you when to jump, how high to jump, and so forth. The British understood colonization slightly differently. They allowed your own leaders, whom at some point they elected, because they're the ones who brought in this concept of chiefs like we see in Kenya. They prefer to let your people subjugate you and rule you. They gave themselves distance. You hardly ever saw them.
Yes.
Okay? And they allowed themselves to give you the impression that you're part of a big federation of people who have a common heritage. It's called the Commonwealth. So the Commonwealth Games tell you. But they were smart enough to also create funds that would enable you to develop. Commonwealth Development Fund. So if you wanted to put up an estate like, say, Umoja, Buruburu, such a fund would come in and you would be able to benefit from it. They understood the soft power of colonization and exercised it a lot better than very many colonizing nations. Okay? You asked the question and let me answer it. But they also preferred to have leaders who were amenable to the things they were doing. And they would support you and encourage you and ensure that you stayed in power. Yes. The power that the colonizing countries had over us has never gone away.
How will we detach ourselves from this situation? Because it seems to be just repeating what happened during colonization, and it is the one thing that we are trying to get away from. So how do we disentangle ourselves?
We can't.
Tukaange tukijua ni hivyo, these guys are
no. I'm qualifying what I'm saying.
Okay.
We can't disentangle ourselves from them because the master-slave relationship doesn't have to be what it is that they envisioned, you can actually relate to them in a way that is different. The way people change the way they relate to you is if you introduce a relationship that they can consider to be beneficial to them as well. Reciprocity is what determines how people relate to each other. We still have British Army coming to Kenya to train in Nanyuki.
Yeah.
And you've seen what that has brought about. We see them training in Samburu. We've seen stories arising from those things.
Yes.
But by the same token, Britain gives us a lot of the development aid money that we get comes from that particular country.
Victor Lesesuyan says that he finds Botswana being run well.
Botswana has been run well for a very, very long time. One, there are not many. Around 2 million people. Okay?
A small nation.
Yes. Sparsely populated. But
and Botswana is inside South Africa, right?
No, it's outside South Africa. Okay. You are talking about Lesotho.
There are two countries that are inside South Africa.
Swaziland.
Lesotho and Swaziland. Okay, okay.
Yes. The thing about colonization and the thinking behind it is primarily this. Colonization was an extractive system. You had a colony so that you could extract from them, not build. The building was incidental.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, if you look at the way the Chinese go about their business, they're not directly extractive. They build relationships which they know they'll benefit from, but they've also understood that the country they're relating to needs to benefit more. And they've also learned from European colonialism.
Yeah.
The best example you can give is probably the Japanese. The Japanese were also colonizers, by the way. They colonized the Filipinos, they colonized the Koreans,
China.
Yes, they did. They did.
Kwanza, in China, they were bad.
Every place where they colonized, if you hear the history, it's the same, that they were terrible.
I hear they were ruthless.
Come back to modern times.
Yeah.
The idea of development partnership is unique. Very, very unique. If I look at what they've done with Kenya, Kenya has received probably the largest development assistance on this continent from Japan. If it isn't bridges, it is a university.
Yes.
If it is not research, it's partnerships with universities in Japan, encouraging people to go for higher learning. Unlike the US, them they put up structures for you. US doesn't with their funding. No. They build for you. The Chinese understand that the AU complex in Addis was built by the Chinese. They've understood it. The Asian countries understand you build things that people can see. We relate to things we can touch and see.
Yeah.
Okay? Roads. Most people do not know that the Chinese Japanese JICA development agency did something that very few agencies have done. They connected the northeastern part of the country to the rest of the country through four bridges.
Yeah.
The first one that was built was the Nyali Bridge. It was followed by the Kilifi Bridge, then Mtwapa, then the Sabaki River. Those bridges connect. You need to be in that area to understand just how important those four bridges are. It looks like it's coincidental. No, it's not coincidental. Bridges connect. It makes movement possible. Now, when a country decides to build an entire university, this is JKU word for you.
Right.
Most people don't even know the Japanese built it from ground zero.
Like hao ndio walipata nyasi, wakakata nyasi, wakachimba, wakajenga ikitu.
To understand it, you don't look at the Aror Kimorar Dam, where we were told $2 billion went. And if you were to look at the pictures that I've seen, that ground, it has God made it. Hata lori moja kokota ikupelekwa huko. JKU, you see, it was built. You go to Kemri, you'll see what they have done. What am I saying? I'm saying countries relate differently. Now there is a special economic zone in Dongokundu. Again, it's the Japanese. The master plan that is supposed to encompass the county of Nairobi and the county of Mombasa. JICA helped these two counties come up with it. But our political leadership and understanding what is beneficial to the citizenry, they assume that if they benefit, the citizenry are benefiting. That seems to be the thinking of most political leaders. And the truth is that we don't benefit if you benefit. It's the other way around. If we benefit, you will benefit.
Yeah.
Yes. But if you converse it and you begin with you benefiting, then that benefit doesn't trickle down to us.
My father showed me a road in Kitui that we have been using. Actually, it's every time we go to Shags, it is there. And my father told me that Ibarabari ilijengwa na Chinese. So how that conversation, not Chinese but Japanese, how that conversation started, I asked him, hii mti inaitwaje in Kikamba? Then he went ahead to tell me. Then he told me, do you know who planted it? I was like, President Moi. He was like, no. President Kenyatta, the first president. He was like, no. I asked him, who then? Was it you? He told me, no. It was the Japanese. And I was like, wait, when were the Japanese here? And he told me that it was kitambo sana before I was even born. And he told me that these guys would water those plants every single day until the trees matured enough and they stopped watering them. And he told me this happened kitambo sana. The Japanese came, they built the road, and these trees were built as part of the beautification program for that road. And I was like, what?
You know, there are 3 countries in West Africa.
Yeah.
Guinea, Mali, and Burkina Faso.
Right.
You know, this thing I was telling about the French. This country told France, sort of. We are not doing anything of that sort. Mukwende kwenu. Wait, my friend. The response was vicious. You had sewage system clogged with concrete and cement. Yes, and the leaders who led these things. You're talking about Guinea. You're talking about Sekou Touré. These guys didn't live long. You're talking about Sankara. These guys didn't live long.
Yeah.
You see, the colonizer understands the benefit they get from that model of colonization. They do. And it's good for them. So they're not willing to give it up.
Yeah.
What is strange, though, the opportunity to build good relationships was always there. And it was mutually beneficial. But you give it time and a new generation comes up and they're looking at what their forefathers did and saying, this is nonsense. Surely, if the resource is ours, should we not benefit from it?
Yeah.
Why is it that we are the one who are getting the tail end of this particular benefit and everything else that is useful is going to the other fellows?
Yeah.
And they're clear and they're justifying it happily. As again, we don't learn.
Indeed, we don't.
We don't learn.
Yeah.
I look at the governors of this country. They are the lot who now represent this group of people who never learn.
Yeah.
They seem to think that they have some sort of the counties are a hereditary monarchy where they can decide what is they want to do. They do not notice that they've had their own kith and kin, people who share that particular job description. We have one who was given a scholarship by the government at committee.
Yes. For a second, I was like, committee, scholarship?
Yes, it's a government scholarship.
Yeah.
There are those who have been removed from their jobs. Do they imagine that this is something that is a trend that is on its way out? With the behavior that we see and the report from the Auditor General.
Yeah.
In this coming election, let me just paint a picture.
Please do.
If you have very many young people being elected as MCAs, and that can happen, what do you think will be the fate of such governors? They will be impeached before they can even take a deep breath.
Are you saying that is a good thing?
My friend, we focus on the national government and the problems we believe the national government has and the ills. We fail to understand the composite part of our country is enshrined in our counties.
Do you know, have you ever met people who, when you try and do something that isn't right, they just tell you, yapana. You try and tell them, let's go this day, they're like, yapana city, yapana 20 hivyo. You said bana ni mbaya.
Yes.
And it's not a woshe-woye kind of situation.
No, they're not being rude. And they're very calm about it.
Yes.
Yes. Not even loud about it.
They just tell you their stand and their position.
And that's it.
Yes, and you will not convince them otherwise.
If once they've told you once or twice, they stop talking.
Unapata ukijiongelesha. I wish that's the kind of leadership we had in this country. Such that even if the executive or the governors try and take things in directions that are not supposed to be taken, they just say no. Case in point, Finance Bill of 2024, the one that was widely rejected by people in the streets. Imagine if we just had MPs who, first of all, listen, and they know and they resonate with the public, because they themselves can tell that this document is not in line with what Kenyans aspire. So that by the time the public is saying this, they are already in sync. I feel like we would have been very far today. The monies that we have borrowed, for example, the same parliament that makes budgets, had it done its role, including oversight, to ensure that project fulani imefanyika, ilisemekana imefanyika, tuli budget 4.2 trillion for this project, we even have timelines for this particular project, and we can tell when they're supposed to start, when they're supposed to end. I think we'll be having a beautiful country today.
We still can. All is not lost.
We just need someone to say no.
No, we need very many people to say no, not just one.
Yes.
We need many people to say no, and if you can't say no, we'll say it on your behalf.
Let's take a break. When we do return, we're going to be hosting Issa Ahmed Issa. He's a health and fitness researcher. We want to talk about Ugali. You remember that conversation that took place last week, and it got people fired up. Wakiulizana, ugali ni chakula mbaya ama ndi ugali ni chakula poa? And of course, the Kenya National Dietitians Institute wakaingia wakasema, you guys, it's like you do not know what you're talking about. Well, today, we do have someone who hopefully knows what he is talking about. That conversation is taking place in T-5 minutes. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Caring for epileptic patients often takes a heavy toll on caregivers, especially family members, and can lead to depression. Epilepsy Awareness Ambassador Eric Beuchi says he had to quit his job in 2012 to return home and help his mother care for his epileptic sister, noting the strain it was placing on her mental health. He notes that caregivers often experience frustration because epilepsy is a chronic illness. Epilepsy is a neurological disorder that affects the brain and causes repeated seizures.
In 2012, I had to quit my job to just go home and help my mom take care of my sister, because I had already started seeing that it was really taking a toll on her, and she was slowly getting into depression, and there was nobody, you can't, it's very difficult if you are the parent, for you to come out and say, I am tired of taking care of my daughter or my son just because they are sick, or because they have a condition that, it's taking long for them to get healed over it. There is that stigma that comes with people wanting to start saying, how can you get tired of your own son?
Tensions within the Orange Democratic Movement have taken a new turn after Winnie Odinga publicly weighed in on the removal of Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna. Winnie says the party is losing its direction in the period following the death of Raila Odinga. In a strongly worded statement issued on Thursday, she faulted the way key resolutions were reached, arguing that members have not been fully involved and that internal rules are being set aside. The Ministry of Education has uncovered significant enrollment discrepancies and weaknesses in public schools following a nationwide school data verification exercise. The move prompted administrative and criminal investigations against dozens of education officials after over 885,000 ghost learners were flagged in national school data audit. Education CS Julius Ogamba said the exercise, which began on September 1st, 2025, was aimed at safeguarding public funds and restoring integrity in education sector.
The verification was conducted to safeguard public resources, strengthen accountability, and ensure that government capitation is based on accurate, verifiable, and credible enrollment data across all public basic education institutions. 14 heads of institutions for failure or refusal to submit data for verification. Administrative action is being taken against 28 sub-county directors of education and quality assurance and standards officers.
At least 21 people have died after passenger boat sank in River Nile State in northern Sudan, a medical group has told BBC. The boat was traveling between the villages of Taiba al-Khaward and Dame al-Karai, carrying nearly 30 passengers, including women, elderly people and children, the Sudan Doctors Network said. According to AFP, authorities in River Nile State said on Thursday that 21 bodies had been recovered. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 9 o'clock, and it is the last hour. And like I told you, in this hour, we want to focus on a bit of our health. In studio, we do have Issa Ahmed. Issa, he is a health and fitness researcher. Now, you might recognize him from a conversation that took place last week, and it was about Ugali. So, Issa, allow me to ask you this: what is it do you have? What do you have against Ugali? Ugali ni kukosea wapi?
Ugali.
Ni nini Ugali likufanyia mpaka ukasema Ugali?
We are the Ugali nation.
Yes.
And I think vile wanasemaga ulikanyaga waya ya stima. Well, I have nothing against Ugali.
Right. But you have a few things to say about Ugali.
I have a few things to say about what... You know, our job as researchers is to put information out there.
Right.
It's not that we are perfect. There's no human being that is perfect. You just give knowledge, you impart knowledge, you put it out there. It's for someone to decide what to do with that knowledge.
Okay.
How you handle, how you interpret that knowledge is up to you. I like there's this quote of a guy, a philosopher, American philosopher by the name of Eric Hoffer.
Okay.
He said, in times of change, the learners will inherit the earth, while the learned will find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists.
Okay.
Because we are living in interesting times. And the tribulations of the times we're living in now is that knowledge has been misrepresented.
Right.
The classical view, and that's why we need a paradigm shift. The classical view that we always used to look at health,
yes,
in terms of weight loss, how we go to the gym, how we train, we need to have a paradigm shift in the sense that to use the worn out cliche.
Yeah.
Because classically we've been looking at it as invoking the second law of the first law of thermodynamics.
Yes.
That is, what matters is calories in versus calories out.
Energy cannot be created, neither can it be destroyed.
It can only be converted.
Yes.
The whole issue of weight loss and fat loss, we've narrowed it down to energy level. Just for you to lose weight, you just need to consume. You need to create that caloric deficit.
All right.
But when I say I do research with a different view. I focus on something called metabolic health. Metabolic health means how
your body
our
processes
uses energy.
Exactly.
That's the basic explanation of what metabolism is.
Actually, before, allow me to just take you back a bit before we get deeper into this conversation of how we can actually be healthier, lose weight, and so on and so forth. I want to take you back to the conversation you had with our colleagues, on Mombasa Road. What that conversation, from your perspective, was taken out of context?
Absolutely.
Yes.
It was taken out of context.
What was the conversation about?
The conversation was about. I was asked about our staple food, which is ugali.
Ugali.
I spoke about the kienyeji ugali ya kusiaga that has the bran and the jam, which has all the minerals inside. The unprocessed ugali.
Yes. Because
the problem is the processing. The problem is not the ugali, the corn, the maize. If it has the bran and the jam, it means it has the fiber content, the fat content. It's complete. But when you process that maize, that corn, you strip it out, you strip the jam, you remove the jam and the bran, so now you remain with the starch only.
Yes.
That affects your blood sugar.
Yes.
Because when you consume it, immediately it spikes your blood sugar. And once your blood sugar goes up, because it's not healthy to have elevated blood sugar, your pancreas has to produce insulin to lower the
sugar.
So that is why I was focusing on the processed maize meal, the corn. But we love ugali. All of us, we love ugali.
Yes.
I can't say that I never eat ugali. No, but I just have to control what I eat. I need to know everything that I eat, how it impacts my health. So somebody decided to take it out of context.
Yes.
Remove the part that I spoke about, the good old part of the ugali, and decided to pick the other part. And
I mean, it is a well-known fact that processed foods, and it is widely known all over the world, it is not being said for the first time in Kenya.
Absolutely.
Processed foods are not necessarily the best.
Absolutely.
Do they have some benefits? Maybe. But the wider variety, and actually people who are sick and are suffering from diabetes and other diseases such as cancer are encouraged to take whole meals.
Absolutely.
Si zile zimetolewa vitu alafu zikakuwa ati fortified.
Absolutely.
Is a fact, yes.
Absolutely.
And I remember part of the statement that was released by KNDI. They said, people need to be experts. First of all, are you an expert in nutrition? Are you an expert in dietetics?
Going back to the quote that I just quoted of Mr. Eric Hoffer.
All right.
I don't believe that we have learned, as we like to call ourselves, my learned friend, because as we continually, it's a ongoing process.
Yes.
We always learn day in, day out. So I cannot call myself as an expert. I learn every day.
Yes.
And there is a drum that I beat. The drum that is called insulin resistance is the most common disorder affecting people in the world right now. And people don't talk about it much. It's where some of your cells, the cells of your body, are not responding to the hormone insulin.
Right.
It's a very powerful hormone that controls literally. I know people use that word very liberally nowadays, but I use it specifically. Insulin affects every single cell of your body.
Very true, because insulin is directly responsible for the process of sugar in your body.
Actually, nutrients, not only sugar. Whether it's sugar, whether it's lactate, whether it's ketones, whether it controls how you use energy in your body.
Okay.
The insulin will tell your cell to do something with energy. Its main theme are two, because when people hear about insulin, they think about diabetes, how people get injection, those who suffer from type 2 diabetes, or especially that suffer from type 1 diabetes, because they have to inject exogenous insulin. That's how they survive.
All right.
But there is a huge difference between type 1 and type 2. Type 1 is that affects mainly young young babies, young children, and they are insulin dependent. They have to get that insulin. But type 2 is the adult onset that most of us suffer from, and that's where insulin resistance matters. Because before you become a fully blown type 2 diabetic, you first become insulin resistant.
Okay.
When some of your cells are not responding to the to the hormone insulin, things start to go wrong. Going back to how ugali and other carbohydrates affect us. This is 101 biology. When we were in school, we were taught that carbohydrates are energy-giving food.
That's actually how I remember it. Proteins were bodybuilding. Yes.
And carbohydrates were energy-giving food.
Vitamins, I think they were defensive foods.
Of course, we have fats. Now, those are the three macros. That is protein, fat, and carbohydrates. Interestingly, two of these macros are not essential. I know some would find this statement very controversial.
Okay.
But carbohydrates is not essential. Dietary carbohydrates, that's what we consume, is not essential to your body. What is essential is protein and healthy fats.
Okay.
When your body needs sugar, glucose, it can easily convert amino acid into glucose for your bodily functions. And the amount of sugar or glucose your body needs is just a spoonful of tea. Hii tunakorogaga na chai. That's the whole amount that your body needs. So if you look at those three macronutrients, which one do we normally consume more?
Carbohydrates, of course. Yeah, inakwanga kila mali. Ugali,
tena ni ultra processed carbohydrates.
Yes, ugali, chapati, mchele, spaghetti.
Absolutely.
We are eating all these things.
Take an example of our community, Somali communities.
Yes.
The breakfast, I call it an atomic bomb, because it's a combination of seed oil, the so-called vegetable oil, flour, unga, and table sugar. When they cook it, they mix that unga, pure unga flour, white flour. They cook it with the seed oil, the normal that we buy from
the supermarket,
which is highly inflammatory.
Okay.
And then after the cooking, when they serve as a breakfast, we take extra sugar and sprinkle it on top of the anjera.
Okay.
Remember the cup of tea that we are drinking also, ikona kama kijiko sita ya.
Siti anacheka hapa yake yote.
Siti. That is the chaos that you are creating inside your body, especially inflammatory inflammation that you create inside your body. It can affect you for up to a week.
You know, people, when they hear of inflammation, they understand ile inflammation ukigongwa mkono inafura. That's the inflammation they know. Is it the same one that is caused by the starch that we take, the sugars we take?
Absolutely. We have, when it comes, inflammation first and foremost is a very, it's an essential process in our body.
Yes.
We have acute and we have chronic inflammation. When you cut your finger, of course, it turns pink. Because what is happening there is inflammation. It's acute inflammation. It helps your finger to heal. Whatever that is happening outside, the same process happens inside your body.
Okay.
The injury that you're seeing externally happens also internally when it comes to blood vessels. The injury that you're creating outside, the same thing happens in your blood vessels. How? By consuming ultra-processed carbohydrates that turn into sugar in your body. Because when you consume carbohydrates,
they're broken down to sugar.
They're broken down into sugar. When you eat protein, they get broken down into amino acid, the building blocks, and fat into fatty acids. So never fear fat, as long as you eat healthy fats. By the way, we don't gain fat by eating fat.
Yeah.
We gain weight and fat by eating highly processed carbohydrates that end up being converted into fat in the liver. That's how we gain fat. So the inflammation is created by those sugar.
All right.
When you have inflammation inside your body and it lasts longer than it's supposed to last, it becomes a low level chronic inflammation. That's where everything starts to happen, go wrong, whether it's joint pain, whether it's cardiovascular condition, whether it's joint pain, the knee problems.
Okay.
Because inflammation creates pain all over the body. Now, At our gym, by the way, I ran a gym called Femina Fit Gym and Spa. I know I didn't have time to do a proper introduction because of this Ugali issue.
Yes.
Mr. Anti-Ugali.
Yes.
So I ran the first women's only gym in Nairobi.
It's called what again?
It's called Femina Fit Gym and Spa. Located in Oloitoktok Road, Kileleshwa, Lana Plaza, 3rd floor.
All right.
And I have an institute, Habib Fitness Institute, that has its offices in Nation Center, 13th floor.
Okay. This one is what happens in this fitness?
We train trainers who go to train people at in gyms. But we don't only give them the practical aspect. We teach them nutrition. We have experts there, lecturers that teach them nutrition, teach them the practical aspect. Then they go out there, help people.
Okay.
How? Because our approach is a bit different. Different, I mean, because we don't just tell people, okay, you can sign up here. We want you to lose 10 kilos in this is the new year, in the next 3 months. And then you just give him a trainer. Okay, go ahead. The approach is different in the sense that we want to see real change. We inform them on the nutritional aspect, how important what you eat is. And at the same time, we have 5 markers that we look at. We go back to the same issue of metabolic health.
Okay.
We don't tell people just you need to lose weight at whatever cost. That's a wrong advice. We tell them to look at those 4 or 5 markers.
Okay.
1 is high blood sugar. 2 is high blood pressure. 3 is something we call dyslipidemia with regards to low HDL, high density lipoprotein, and high triglyceride, the fat content in your body.
Okay.
When we encourage people to concentrate on those 4 or 5 markers, they lose weight effortlessly, because those are the foundation of all the problems that we go through, whether it's insulin resistance, whether it's hyperinsulinemia, whether it's diabetes, because it has a root cause. So it's a holistic approach.
Okay.
We tell people you need to be active, but at the same time you need to eat healthy. If you need to have a treat of ugali once in a while, you're allowed to have it.
I want to take you back to something you said in terms of some of the oils that we are using to prepare our foods. Kenyans widely use vegetable oil. Yeah. Kuna wale wanatumia seed oils, which is more expensive than even the vegetable oil, and because especially wale watu wako elite class wanafikiria ukitumia canola oil it's probably even safer, or when you use sunflower oil, for example. Sesame oil nowadays actually being very popular in our supermarkets. Which oil is better? Because like I said, the most widely used is vegetable oil.
This is very interesting because most people think that canola oil is not a seed oil. Kwanza, seed oil and vegetable oil are the same thing. Vegetable oil actually is a misnomer. It's supposed to be seed oil.
Okay.
The healthy fats or oils to use are beef tallow, butter, coconut oil, extra virgin olive oil. Those are the 4 main ones that I always encourage my clients to use. Anything processed in a plastic. Actually, the difference between the seed oil and a normal plastic, is 1 molecule, a difference of a molecule. That is how fake those oils are and highly inflammatory. So even before I tell my clients to stop consuming sugar, whether it's table sugar or dietary carbohydrates in form of I tell them to avoid seed oil, because the damage that it does in your body, you cannot even. It's just mind blowing.
So what about ghee?
Ghee is amazing.
Ghee is actually 95% butter, so it's good.
Ghee is amazing. Ghee, I never. It's always in my house. Ghee is amazing, but the problem is it's hard to get 100% ghee.
That's why the ones that we buy from the supermarket, 95% butter, then the remaining 5% is actually water.
Yeah.
Water is okay.
Yeah, water is okay.
Water is okay.
So you can use ghee, you can use butter, same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's far much better than using the normal oil, seed oil.
All right.
So if you want to make a huge change in your life from tomorrow, do away with seed oil completely.
Okay.
Completely. You will see, you won't even recognize yourself within a couple of weeks.
While we're on that subject,
yeah.
What about margarine?
Margarine is a trans fat. It falls under, it's a fake fat.
Essentially, how many molecules is it away from plastic?
I think it's also. It falls under the same category of seed oil. I think it's a molecule or two.
Yes.
It's a
actually, yeah. He's margarine. Someone once said that margarine is actually better as a lubricant for your vehicle.
Yeah.
As opposed to you putting it in your body.
Absolutely.
That's the comparison they made.
You know, that's how it started. They were making oils for
vehicles,
for machines,
yes,
industrial machines, and then some smart scientists noticed that if we just alter some few molecules here and there, we can also use it for human consumption, and that's how it. The biggest disservice that has happened for the last 100 years is the introduction of trans fat, that is margarine, and the introduction of seed oil. Those were the worst introduction to our health.
Yeah.
And that's why I keep on emphasizing that if you lose those two, especially this, when I say seed oil, I combine it with trans fat, your health will completely change. The next day, you will feel a difference, especially when it comes to inflammation.
Yes.
The first changes people feel when they do away with seed oil is the pain. Wanasikia mtu anaamka asubuhi anakuambia niko na joint pain.
Mgongo.
It goes away because those are inflammation. And the main culprits when it comes to inflammation is sugar, whether it's in form of dietary carbohydrates, the ultra-processed carbohydrates, and seed oil. Those two.
You're right, because when you cut off sugar and you also avoid certain kinds of starches, you even have a better night's sleep.
Absolutely.
You don't sweat.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I'm a big fan of fasting. Because if you are to tackle insulin resistance, which I believe is if it doesn't cause chronic conditions, it makes them worse. Because as I told you earlier, that insulin will tell a cell to do something. And the main theme is to build bigger things out of small things. Let me give you a simple example. The most common type of cancer in male and female. Female is breast cancer, and male is the prostate cancer.
Okay.
When it comes to female cancer, when they do a test on the breast, the cancerous with a tumor.
When they do a biopsy now.
They find that those breasts have 7 times extra cell receptors, as opposed to 1 that is normally in a healthy person, in a healthy woman.
So you're saying a healthy cell?
A healthy cell.
I mean, sorry, a cancerous cell has got 7 times the receptors.
Insulin receptors.
Insulin receptors, yes.
That when the insulin comes to that cell, it will. The theme is to make it grow bigger.
Yes.
So it will make those cells grow bigger, as opposed to a normal cell. So everything that insulin touches will make things worse.
And you see, that's the hallmark of a cancer cell. It is literally a cell that grows erratically.
And do you know what makes it? What gives the signal to grow is the insulin.
Okay.
Now, how do we end up having elevated insulin always? Number one is frequency of eating. We were told to eat every 2 to 3 working hours to lose weight. Eat small portion every 3 to 4 hours. That is that was the worst advice that I can say, because every time you consume, and as I told you, mostly we consume carbohydrates.
Yes.
Our insulin will spike, which means every 3 to 4 waking hours, we have an elevated insulin level in our blood. When your insulin level starts to drop, that's when you're told again to eat. Now, when you go to bed, that is the only time that your insulin has gone down. You wake up in the morning, what is the first thing you do? you consume the so-called healthy breakfast of cereals and juice and coffee.
And the coffee with sugar.
When your body was starting now to recover,
yes,
the insulin level is low, because when the insulin level is low, the sugar level is low, inflammation is low, your body starts to heal, because you're giving your body time to rest. To rest. You spike it again in the morning. The first thing you do, you spike it. Now for the rest of your day, your blood sugar will be going up and down, up and down. Why? Because after spiking it in the morning, after a couple of hours, your blood sugar has gone down, you have a crash. You need a fix. The same way a junkie will need a fix. Why? Because we are addicted to sugar. You go and have maybe a muffin or a chapati, or to do what? To elevate your sugar again. So the whole day you are in a roller coaster. Because you feel lethargic after a couple of hours. Why? Because you started your day
with a lot of sugar.
Now, on the other hand, someone who wakes up in the morning, the insulin is already low. He doesn't consume that highly processed cereals. He decides to continue fasting, because during the night you didn't. It is like you're fasting.
Yes.
Your insulin level is low. Everything is low. Which is that's how it's supposed to be. The first thing you notice, you see at around, let's say 10, 11 in the morning, you'll feel a difference. You will feel energetic, you'll feel calm, that's what I do day in, day out. Maybe it's only I had black coffee, espresso.
With sugar or no sugar?
Of course with no sugar.
Okay.
My first meal will either be around, kama nitakuwa town, I'll go to city market, nipige nyama ya kilo moja yangu. Kama Masai, no ugali, no mboga, nothing.
Peke yako kule kilo mzima.
That's nothing.
Okay.
But that will be the only meal that I have.
You're speaking his language.
His language. Anapenda nyama chungu.
That kilo.
Yes.
Yes. Kilo peke yako.
Kilo peke yako.
He thought he's the only one who can eat a kilo.
Hiyo kilo nararua.
Isa chano jamaa. Wewe endelea.
Kilo hiyo.
Unararua. Okay.
The good thing about protein, and I make sure I pick a fatty meat.
Yeah.
You know, we were told that toroka fat is bad.
Inaonesha
in nature, protein always comes with fat.
Okay.
You can never find protein peke yake. In nature it comes with fat.
Yeah.
Nyama utaona iko na fat content. Mayai is the perfect protein. It has a yolk hiyo ndani ambayo mnaambiwa ni cholesterol. That's a topic for another day.
Yes.
Cholesterol, the so-called high cholesterol, is the biggest scam of the century.
Okay.
We'll talk about that
Here we have a lot of scams, eh?
Yeah. So your cholesterol, the yolk. You are told, don't eat the yolk, just eat the egg whites.
The egg white, yeah.
Wrong advice. Kula mayai nzima. It's a perfect protein when it comes to ratio 1-to-1.
Yeah.
It's a perfect protein.
Boiled egg or fried egg?
If you fry it with the easily oil tumezungumzia.
The tallow oil.
The tallow.
Or the butter.
The butter.
The ghee. Sour.
If you boil it, don't make it very hard. Just make it a bit softer.
Okay.
If you eat fish, it has a fat content. So me, I just take my
fish. Your kilo.
Kilo moja
ya
nyama, and I'm done. And I'm full of energy throughout the day. Now, if you want to deal with your insulin resistance, this is something that is affecting 88% of the population, the world population. 88% ni kidogo.
Ni watu wengi.
88%.
Considering we're 8
those
million.
markers that I've just mentioned, high blood sugar, high blood pressure, dyslipidemia with regards to low HDL and high triglycerides, all those markers, according to top scientists,
yes,
for you to have something called metabolic syndrome, you need to have 1 or 2 of those markers. Then you fall into that 88% of the population that suffer from insulin resistance. Now, for you to deal with insulin resistance, you need to, number one, to eat food that impacts your insulin at a low level, and at the same time, you need to fast longer.
Okay.
Because if you eat a mixed macronutrient ya kawaida, for a normal body for the insulin to go to a normal level, it will take 3 to 4 hours. And how many of us do stay 3 to 4 hours without even snacking? I'm not talking about eating peke yake.
Even snacking.
Even snacking.
Not
even
many.
with a simple thing like chewing gum.
Si watu wengi watafanya
Si watu wengi. And that's why you see some people, they don't eat much.
Yeah.
But they never lose weight. You know why? Because they keep snacking all over throughout the day.
Yeah.
Lazima kuna kitu tu ana onja whether ni sweets, whether ni njugu, whether ni ka chocolate fulani hapo. Alafu anakuambia, you know, I don't even take breakfast. And I don't even eat. But you snack, you graze. The whole day you're grazing.
So it's that same ugali you've just spread it out, you did.
Yes, that's the same.
The thing that I find interesting with this discussion
yes,
is what you do with the rise in sugar levels in your body. You think you're snacking, but you're actually eating. And the moment you eat, the body kicks into action. It does what it normally does.
Yeah.
It gets busy.
And so when you snack, you keep that level
elevated
throughout the day. And then you marvel as to why it is you never really feel very, very well. You're right about the
absolutely.
You're right about the fasting bit.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. The most common form of infertility in women is a problem called PCOS.
PCOS.
Yeah, polycystic ovary syndrome. And at its core, it's a problem of insulin resistance. It's because those individuals stay at an elevated level of insulin throughout the day and night. The insulin level is always elevated. What does that do? It goes into the ovaries, creates those cysts. It creates an imbalance, hormonal imbalance.
Yes.
Even when the sperm comes, cannot fertilize. They think that most of them, just because they are big, that's why they have PCOS. No, even you can be skinny
but still have PCOS.
Why? Due to elevation of insulin. It doesn't matter that you are big or small. Insulin resistance affects everyone regardless of their weight.
Yeah.
But majority of the people, they become big. Now, coming back to type 2 diabetes, this is a very good example. Type 2 diabetes is a problem of insulin resistance again. Insulin resistance is a pre-diabetic condition. Before you become a fully blown type 2 diabetes, you have to go through insulin resistance. Now, you go to a regular doctor, our conventional doctors. The first thing they do, they will take your blood sugar. They see you have an elevated blood sugar, and they end up telling you that you are type 2 diabetic. Now, the blood sugar, the high blood sugar, is a symptom of insulin resistance. Is a symptom of a root cause, which is insulin resistance. The medication that people are given is to lower the sugar, not to go to the root cause. This is where the problem is. If you have malaria always have a high fever, right?
Yes.
If you go to a doctor and he gives you something for the high fever, but not the medication for the malaria, has he treated you? No, because the root cause is still there. Malaria is still there. He only managed to control the fever. That is the same way the conventional, with due respect to all doctors, but that's how we treat diabetes, type 2 diabetes. You prescribe medications like metformin, glucophage, and at worst insulin, which is the wrong treatment. Because when you cannot treat an alcoholic with more alcohol. The best thing is to cut the alcohol. Someone who's type 2 diabetic has too much insulin in his blood. So you have to cut down on the insulin. So the approach of reducing the blood sugar is dealing with the symptom. As in Habib Fitness, we go to the root cause. We teach you about how the impact of all this food, how it affects your blood sugar, your blood insulin, and how to deal with it.
Yeah.
Another important point: you can have a normal blood sugar, but your insulin level might be. This is what happens. Your body might be doing everything to control your blood sugar through the production of insulin. So the insulin is enough to control the sugar.
Yes.
But the insulin level in the blood is high. So by the time your blood sugar starts to rise, it's already too late. And that's when you are diagnosed with type 2 diabetic. So before you become a fully blown type 2 diabetic, this is something that's maybe started 5, 10, even 15 years before. And why does that happen? Because the conventional way of checking for blood sugar is wrong. We are focusing more on blood sugar as opposed to checking your insulin level.
Yeah.
If we could switch, and the first thing that doctors prescribe is go for your insulin blood test, whether it's insulin resistant or just check your insulin level, we can avoid this problem earlier.
Okay.
Much earlier, because your blood insulin level is more important than blood sugar. Your blood sugar can be normal, but your insulin abnormal. But you can never have a normal insulin level and a high and a normal blood glucose.
What does insulin do in your body?
Insulin, the main job of insulin is to reduce blood sugar. I mean glucose in your blood.
It breaks it down.
It brings it down. When you consume especially carbohydrates, your blood sugar will spike.
Yes.
So your pancreas has to produce insulin to lower the sugar. That's its main theme. But insulin does many things. It makes big things out of small things. It's an anabolic hormone. It builds. We cannot survive without insulin. Type 1 diabetes have a problem of insulin production. I have a son who's type 1 diabetic. He survived with insulin injections. Why? Because if he eats and we don't give him an insulin injection, his blood sugar will remain high. It will affect his kidneys, and eventually, if it remains untreated, he can even he can even die. So they are called insulin dependent type 1 diabetic. Insulin is so important in our body that it affects, as I said earlier, every single cell in our body. So its main theme is to lower blood sugar.
When you are dependent on insulin, what is it that isn't functioning well? Your body cannot produce enough of it.
When it comes to,
we're talking about now type 1 diabetes, yes.
It's an autoimmune condition. They don't know the cause of it. Even if you do your own research, they cannot say this is the cause. But type 2 diabetes, that is the adult onset. Of course, it's about it's about our lifestyle, sedentary lifestyle, eating too much sugar. The difference between type 1 and type 2 is that type 1 is lack of insulin. Type 2 is too much insulin in the system that is not working.
Yeah.
You have insulin in your system,
hence
but
the resistance.
It's not insulin resistant, because some cells of the body, not all of the cells, some cells of the body isn't responding to the hormone insulin, and number 2, your insulin level is elevated.
Yes.
So insulin resistance actually has two phases. Number 1 is some cells are not responding, and number 2, the cells, the elevated insulin level.
Yeah. So insulin, basically, in a nutshell, it allows the cells to absorb glucose so that they can metabolize it into energy.
It's like a key. It opens up the cells.
Yeah.
The nutrients and the sugar go in.
Yes.
And then the blood levels go down.
So when you have excess sugar, some of the sugar that you take by day is converted to something called glycogen. So it's a very large branch of a lot of glucoses zimeshikana. Glycogen is stored in our muscles and in the liver. So when you are low on sugar, the body produces another hormone called glucagon. Glucagon signals the liver and the muscles to break down glycogen to glucose. So there are several hormones that actually help in regulating sugar levels in the body, including cortisol, the one that we were told the other day, the stress hormone.
And epinephrine.
Epinephrine, yes. So epinephrine, in another word, is just adrenaline. So when your body produces adrenaline, there's that flight or fight capability or capacity, where the moment you need energy, immediately epinephrine is produced in your body. So any glycogen that was stored in your muscles or in your liver is produced into the blood. Then the cells take up the energy, and now you're able to either run away or fight.
So you're in special forces ambayo uko mwili.
Absolutely.
Hizo special forces.
Fight or flight mode. Puts you on fight or flight.
So the insulin, a hormone. Glucagon, a hormone. Epinephrine, which is adrenaline, also another hormone. They help regulate the amount of sugar in the blood.
Goodness, I have that number of hormones in my body?
Yes. Oh, the others. Hiyo tu hizo ni tatu tu. There are several.
Yani introductory hormones.
Yeah.
Yes. Kuna zingine.
Yeah. You remember when we were told about amino acids also being broken down to?
I remember that one. It was in biology, if I remember correctly.
Yes. So amino acids also, there's a pathway they take that allows them to be converted to sugar at one point.
Sugar.
Yes, which is glucose. Sugar is actually 2 molecules of glucose put together to form something called sucrose. So that is sugar. Sugar. Yeah.
So tie in fitness, healthy living and eating with the diabetes, and throw in a pot belly and where it features in all these studies, because everything that I hear about weight, it begins and ends with a protruding belly.
Absolutely. And that was, I forgot to mention that, it's a very important topic. One of the first markers of insulin resistance, or the syndrome X, it used to be called insulin resistance syndrome. It's called central obesity that affects mostly men, because we tend to store fat in our midsection.
Yes.
The visceral fat that surrounds our internal organs, whether it's kidney, whether it's the liver.
Yeah.
And that is more detrimental to our health than the subcutaneous fat.
Is it bad to store fat around your belly?
Absolutely, because that is visceral fat.
Okay, why is it bad?
Because it surrounds the internal organs, creating inflammation especially, affecting your kidneys and liver, those two. And that is the first part when it comes to the male anatomy. That's where we gain weight, as opposed to women. Women, ni nyash na hips. You know?
Ni ukweli by the way, because you know there's some ladies you'll see they are plus size, but they have a flat tummy, and you're wondering, why don't I look like that?
Yes, because anatomically,
they
tend to, the fat deposition tend to go because
around
of
those areas.
Their bodies have a better distribution network.
Especially due to child carrying, childbearing and everything. Sisi, central obesity is the biggest marker of insulin resistance syndrome. Central obesity, high blood sugar, high blood pressure, and dyslipidemia. If you concentrate on those 5 markers, I mean, you will be the healthiest person alive, because they will. It handles all other aspects of your life. There is that point that you just mentioned about glycogen. When someone consumes extra calories in form of carbohydrates, once the body stores those glycogen in the liver and the muscles, the extra, because your body has to get storage another storage form. The liver is already full, the muscle is full. Now it has to convert that extra sugar into a form that can be stored. This is very interesting. Now that extra sugar that is being converted into fat, it comes from dietary carbohydrates, and that is the same molecule that ends up as body fat, because the glycogen stores are already full.
Yes.
So the body will convert it into body fat, into triglyceride. This triglyceride is highly saturated. Now the distinction here is important, is because this highly saturated fat that affects our health, especially cardiovascular health, is made from the substrate of sugar, not dietary saturated fat.
Okay.
This distinction is very, very important. That's why I always tell people, do not be afraid of saturated fat, especially if it's from animal sources. Usiogope. Just eat to your limit, ile kidogo unaweza, but do not avoid it, because it will never get converted into body fat. What will be converted into body fat is the extra sugar that you've eaten, that will be converted into triglycerides, which is body fat. And that body fat is what is linked to the number 1 killer in the world, the cardiovascular condition. When I say cardiovascular, that's a general term.
Okay.
It includes high blood pressure, hardening of the muscle, the atherosclerosis, heart problems. So it's an umbrella term that affects your heart. So at its core, we go back to what affects your blood sugar more. carbohydrates. So wakati ile tulikuwa napiga vita corn maize meal,
yes,
it's because we are looking at it from that angle.
Yes,
it's not that we don't eat completely ugali. We eat it, but we occasionally eat it.
Yes.
But we don't. Someone like me, I don't. When I eat ugali, is wakati ile najua sasa it's a treat for me. It's like when I'm having a cake. The same way now, squeeze, I'm addicted to something called cheesecake that someone introduced me to Nyali's CJ's. A month ago I was in Mombasa and
yes,
it was very hot. I was like, I think I have a sweet tooth. What is something healthy I can have? I asked the waitress. And then she told me, why don't you try tiramisu cheesecake? I think 90% is cheesecake. It's cheese.
It's cheese, yes.
And then there's a small sort of biscuity cookie, I think, something like that. But very tiny small. But from that day I have to have it as a dessert.
Yeah.
Nikikula nyama yangu, naenda nakula hiyo tiramisu pale CJ's.
But you know it's an acquired taste, eh? Si watu wengi wataenjoy cheesecake.
Yeah, it is an acquired.
Si watu wengi wataenjoy cheesecake. Yeah. But just like me, I also enjoy cheesecake.
You know, Bwana City, majority of us we are addicts. Someone can say, what are you addicted to? We are addicted to sugar because we cannot differentiate between craving and hunger. There is a huge difference between craving and hunger. Craving is different. Craving is a sign of addiction. What are we addicted to? We are addicted to sugar. People might think, oh, unajua hata mimi hiyo sukari unasemaga, I don't even add it. I don't drink my beverages with sugar. We're not talking about table sugar. We're talking about carbohydrates that turn into glucose in our body. So if you love your carbohydrates, you'll become an addict. You'll become an addict to sugar, which is a sign of craving. Hunger is something different. When you eat healthy, I mean, when you're hungry, you will fit it, which is very rare.
Someone is asking here on social media, can he talk, now that is you, can he talk something about alcohol intake and effects for people who take it moderately?
Okay. As someone who comes from a Muslim background,
wewe ukunywe pombe ka uwezi advocate
kunywa pombe maisha yangu,
na uwezi advocate.
I don't even know how it tastes. I cannot even differentiate between wines, beers, but what I know is that if you are serious with your health,
yes, you
should avoid alcohol because it damages your liver. It creates inflammation in your liver. If your target is to lose weight,
yes,
avoid alcohol. And what I found is that when it comes to alcohol, it's just like other mihadarati, it's highly effective. And people are different. Kuna wale they can drink moderately. They know how to they are disciplined to some extent. And majority of people wakionja tu hivi, they want to. It needs discipline. And I know most of us will lack discipline. So I'll just advise him to avoid it.
Yeah. One thing I usually know about alcohol is that once you take alcohol, your body prioritizes getting rid of it and stops other metabolic processes.
Absolutely.
So anything to do with sugar processing, mwili nasimamisha kwanza, ideal na hii poison inaitwa pombe kwa mwili.
I was talking about the beauty of fasting also.
Yeah.
I do a lot of fasting and I walk a lot. Fasting has become part of my life. We are even starting by next month. Inshallah, we are starting next week.
On Monday, right? It is Monday.
It's no. It's I think it's Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay.
They have come. Yeah, I think in 2016, there's a Japanese scientist who discovered something called autophagy. I'm sure you've heard of it.
Autophagy, yes.
Autophagy is where
when
your body
cells just
goes
die
into repair mode after 16 hours and above, because your body now have noticed, there's nothing that is coming in. It gets time to look around. Allah, what is this? It's a cancerous cell. What is it doing here? Inayua. The cells that can be repaired, it gets repaired. And that's why most people, after 24 to 36 hours of fasting, they find that their mood is getting better and better. You know, there's a very interesting story I heard from, I don't know if it's there's a certain scientist, I don't know if it's Dr. Fang or
in Kenya or?
No, internationally. There's a story about someone who was so depressed in life, he wanted to kill himself, But the choice of how he wanted to commit suicide was very funny. He decided to starve himself. He said, mimi sikuli, wacha mpaka nikufe. So the guy, after the first day, he felt a bit of hunger. The second day, his mood changed. The guy started feeling better.
So the depression started evaporating.
Yes. The body is going into repair mode. The body is going into the so-called autophagy. So it helps a lot in improving your insulin sensitivity. This is the key. The more your cells are more as insulin sensitive, the more healthier you become. It depletes the glycogen, the sugar in your body. So it's a very effective therapy that we also use in our institution.
Yeah.
We really encourage people to fast.
Yeah.
We start them slow, let's say 4 hours, and then 12 hours. Pole pole tu, hakuna haraka. By the time a month or two, a person unapata mtu amekuwa expert ya fasting. You know?
Anaanza kuzoea kufast.
Did I used to eat breakfast? Anashangaa hata.
It's true, because when you go for extended periods of starvation, and this is controlled starvation obviously, si ile ya shakahola, your stomach actually even shrinks. So the next time you eat, kama ulikuwa unakula ugali kilo moja, unajipata unakula sasa quarter.
Yes, your portion changes.
It does change.
Why are you giving the example of ugali? Why didn't you give example of meat?
Kama ulikuwa unakula nyama kilo 5, you now realize that even quarter kg is enough for you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So
stomach shrinks.
Yeah.
Let me ask the question. If whole meal ugali cooked with flour that has not been sifted or processed is considered healthy,
yes,
would the same apply for chapati as well?
Brown chapati?
No. Brown watakuwekea rangi.
Okay. Whole meal chapati.
I'm referring to chapati because these are things people like eating. That is made from flour that has not gone through that excessive processing.
As long as, yes, it applies to every grain-based food. Because the main thing here is, have they preserved the kernel and the germ? If it's whole in that sense, the kernel and the germ is there, whether it will end up as chapati or mandazi or anjera ile sisi tunapenda, it's healthy.
Okay.
The problem is that when they process it, and for it to have that taste na ishikane, they add gluten as adhesive. It's an adhesive by them.
Yes,
the gluten.
It is what makes the nini stretch out.
Exactly. As long as it doesn't have that, you're healthy to go. I haven't consumed gluten, I think, since mid last year.
Okay.
The pain that I used to have in Potea, people might think that, I'm not gluten intolerant. You might not be gluten intolerant, but you have sensitivities. There's a difference.
Okay.
Majority, they are sensitive to gluten, and they don't know. It's a low level sensitivity. You would be, because people respond to these stimuli differently. Kuna wale wakikula tu hivi, their body will feel immediately.
Yeah.
Kuna wale wanakula after years, that's when the impact. So people are different. You never know where your weakest part is in your body, unless you go through trial. But you don't have that time of trial and error.
Yeah.
Where does the consumption of milk, not products, milk fit into this discussion of ours? Whether it's in fermented form as mala, or it's in
yogurt,
or in fresh form,
yes. But I see everything we're going back to the processing aspect.
Yes, we are.
The problem is the process. I am a big fan of raw milk. I believe that raw milk will never affect someone as long as how you get it, you get it in a hygienic setting.
Pasteurized milk.
But pasteurized easy. No, I'm talking about the altered milk. I don't take the normal milk here. Yeah. Supermarket and But if I go shags and I get the raw directly from the animal.
Cow. Yeah.
It's the healthiest.
But
it has the beneficial bacteria. It has all those things that your body needs.
Let me tell you, I once took that raw milk. Raw, straight from the animal. Haijapitia, haijachemushwa, haijatengeneza chai.
Yes.
Kakunywa ikiwa tu hivyo. I fell sick for a whole week.
Because haijazoea na mwili yako ilikuwa na issue mingi.
And then sasa kuna kuendesha.
Yes.
I had to take medicine to stop the diarrhea because I was going to be completely dehydrated. Yeah. So I don't know. I prefer to take, as you've said, fresh, but I will pasteurize it before I take it, before I consume it.
I get it. I get it. But also, as I told you, people respond to different, to certain foods differently. The same way some people who are allergic to eggs. Eggs is a healthy food.
Yes, it is.
There's some people allergic to milk.
Yes, to milk. They're
lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
So it's a spectrum.
Okay.
You cannot say mimi nitakunywa ama sitakunywa. Iko hapo katikati.
Njuki Mungai amesema, Mbuvi, if you don't lose a few grams after this talk, then you are not paying attention. Njuki Mungai, you're right. I was listening very intently. Yes. Now there's Timothy. Timothy is asking for your number. Is it something you can share?
Oh, absolutely. My number, you can reach me out at 0722 706699, and you can also pay us a visit at Nation Center CBD 13th floor, Habib Institute. That's where we teach trainers the theory part, but the practical aspect happens in Kileleshwa, Lana Plaza 3rd floor, Femina Fit Gym and Spa, especially women, because I'm a big fan of promoting women na zile hormonal issues kwanza wako nazo. The gym that we run there is a state of the art specifically for women. We have women trainers, we have women advisors on nutrition, even the supplement part, especially when I say hormonal issues. Women have with these foods ambayo major additives, they always have hormonal issues.
Okay.
So we give them proper advice on all those aspects.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Sawa basi. Thank you so much, Isa.
Asante sana.
For this conversation. Yes. The next time we host you, probably utapata nimepoteza a few grams like Njuki ameadvise hapa.
Tutafurahi.
Yes.
Hapo I'll be happy.
Continue the good work.
Asante sana.
In case kuna mtu anataka clarification, they have your number.
Yes, absolutely.
Sawa basi. This is where we take a break, folks. Today is World Radio Day. We hope that you've enjoyed this broadcast of radio, but we are not taking a stop here necessarily as Radio Generation. In the next hour, we are joined by Rania Abdi on the Retro Box, and then after that, Lady Mathai comes through with the Power Drive. Alafu kule jioni kutakuwa na kina Kisiangani akiwa na brother yake Halaiki. So kindly join them and let's keep the fire burning as far as the generation is concerned. But for right now though, tunasema kwa heri ya kuonana.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.